quite like edging, though.
It kind of is, though. I think that here the analogy is that DMing is edging and being a player is gooning.
He needs to goonster his porn cock and edster his his ball sack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome to Wildfolk episode 68.
Oh, hi.
It's almost the funny number, but we're not there yet. You have to put up with one more episode if you want the funny
Wait,
number.
did the other group
The
steal
other
the funny
team
number from us?
Meticulously organized over the past 7 months to steal the funny number from you guys.
We need to find a way to kill them now so we can get it.
Hi Twitch, Nice Tail. Have you remembered to goon your edgecock today?
Did you remember to call your mom 2 days ago? Because if you didn't, you're in trouble. And if she hasn't said anything about it, you're in even more trouble.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
She's already bringing out the fucking chocolates as she's Mexican.
Yeah,
Latino.
you gotta patch that wound quickly. You staunch that bleeding. Grab a hot iron and cauterize it quickly.
And if 2 days ago you sent your mother a nice Happy Mother's Day text message, that's not good enough. If you didn't, you better have called your mom.
No. Listen, I don't want to incriminate myself on stream. She worked Mother's Day, so we did stuff the day before.
Okay.
Yeah.
My mom also worked Mother's Day, and if I called her, she would have killed me.
What? Okay, we're already late. I'm not chasing this. Let's do it. I'm so curious, so I have to know later. When we left off, you guys were on a boat. You guys have been meticulously
On a boat.
Planning this plan. You have essentially snuck aboard.
Meticulous.
Kind of. You've snuck aboard the Cyrillin ship, the Greya.
Put a lot of thought into this one.
So much thought into this plan. Definitely not just winging it.
I put a lot of thought into it, but when we actually got to it, all of it just fucking fell apart.
Yeah.
Things
Not
that
working
went into the plan, but very few ideas came out of the thinking.
Yeah. It was mostly just a lot of anxiousness about the plan and very little actual rational thought.
Okay.
That's how we work best.
No. I'm underselling you guys. You guys had some pretty decent plans, and many of them actually worked pretty well, and some of them immediately got kicked under the floorboard. You have snuck aboard the Lugrea, a Cyrillil merchant trade vessel that has kind of just a light guard. There's 5 or 6 mercenaries here. You waited until you were at an opportune spot to pop out and assault the guards in the hopes of taking over the ship. Before that, you kind of did a little bit of reconnaissance to learn more about the crew and the captain. Got the vibe that the captain is, she has kind of a rebellious streak. She's not super happy with the way that the country is going. She mentioned that this is not the church she grew up with. But when semi-blatantly confronted with, by the way, we're terrorists and we're about to do a terrorism on your ship, are you in? She clammed up pretty hard, but made it clear, she's not going to fight and die for this. So, she essentially gave the impression that her crew will stand down, but she can't do anything about the Cyrillin guards. You then initiated combat, which is where we left off, is right in the middle of this combat. A few notes before we keep going. It is worth a reminder that there is another ship not far behind you, captained by the Uni crew, that has all of your unconscious prisoners aboard. They're following about... I would have to check and see what distance ships follow each other at. Whatever the near maximum distance that they can continue following you without seeming suspicious is. Probably I don't know.
Back at the coast, I guess.
10, 20 minutes. Well, they have to maintain sight of it.
They have a telescope.
Yeah, right. Well, right. So they can't be any farther than about 2 miles behind you. Curvature of the Earth at sea level, roughly 2 miles visibility during clear days.
How long will it take for them to reach us, I guess?
Probably 10, 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, effect, but how big is this planet?
What a great question. I'm so glad you asked. The answer is actually that it is smaller. It's about half the radius, which means theoretically even shorter of a distance that you can see at sea, but I'm not interested in thinking about that right now. So we're going to go with they're about 10 minutes behind you. If you were to put a telescope to your eye and look behind you, you'd just barely be able to see them on the horizon, and they can
This is a dense planet.
It is. It's a very dense planet.
It's like the pound cake of planets.
I'd love to talk to you about my little pound cake, but now is not the time. the time now is combat. Before we begin, Philo, I need 3d6 from you because of the feature that we forgot to apply from your latest level up.
Delightful.
Beautiful. Half of that is applied to the warden, who has knocked her gun precariously onto the porthole flap. I'm sure there's a better term for that. Cannonade? The cannonade flap? Anyway, he takes 5 points of damage. We're going to jump in right at the top of the round with the Sun Caller. Let me switch over to combat music, and we will get going.
You could have said cover. You could have said barricade. You could have said literally anything else.
Flap! It's a flap! I should probably announce that we're live, too. That's a thing we do usually around here.
I forgot they rolled so well in initiative.
They did. They rolled very well. I'm so glad. This is a happy accident. I did not make sure that this was the case before we started this campaign. I'm so glad that initiative is tied to what map you're on, because like the other party played 2 sessions and did a bunch of combats, and I just pulled this map up and initiative is still here. It's so nice. Anyway, Suncaller, the one that Ethan is currently fighting, is looking like he's starting to get a little stressed out. HP's kind of an abstraction, but you can see you're wearing on his stamina. There are some pretty significant chips on the bar of his staff. He's starting to look a little flustered, like he's realizing he might actually be in some trouble here. And so, he...
Stand down and you will not be harmed.
He does not, but he does reach towards the heavens.
Fair enough.
There is a beam of
Attack him.
sunlight. Excellent. Give me a second. Let me see if this is a manipulate action real quick. I'm sure it is.
Okay, fair. Reach the sunlight, I will immediately attack you.
Checking. It is casting a spell, which is manipulate. Yes, he begins to reach for the heaven. You see that a beam of light shoots up towards the sun.
Yeah.
And he begins to cast
a lot of them. Yeah, a lot of one-action ones usually don't have the manipulate thing.
This one
which
does,
is neat.
I checked.
So it is a 2-action one.
It's a 2-action.
Yeah, so let me do the thing for you. Let me just post the weapon thing for you.
Wow.
Got the implements interruption reaction. Just for everyone who hasn't seen this before. Oh my god, this is loud. I forgot to lower the volume there. Started to raise my voice because I thought it could hear me.
If the target of your
here's
exploit
an attack.
vulnerability uses a concentrate manipulate move action, you swing. If your attack is a critical hit, you disrupt the triggering action. And it doesn't count towards your map. Well, of course not. It's not your turn. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Hey.
Excellent. So you essentially get a reaction, and if it's a crit... Oh, no! That is so bad. This is such a... I want you to understand this is such a big spell that you've just interrupted. Does he have any way to fix this? Give me a second. If he can fix this, he will fix this. Oh, no.
What are you doing? Calling to the sun? Sun caller?
Yeah. Oh my god. Why is he... Oh, right, you have him immobilized. That's the problem. Okay. Okay, yeah. You see that he reaches towards the sun. There's a beam of light that shoots up, and you start to see wisps of red fire pull themselves down from the sky and organize themselves into some sort of a shape. It's clear that he's calling on the sun for some sort of a summoning spell. Which you interrupt. He takes
7 extra damage.
38 plus
So-
7 for 45 total.
The weakness.
Hey, that sucks. That sucks a lot. And you crack the staff. He still has just enough of a grasp to it that he can use it to cast magic. But it is way
also-
more than enough to interrupt the spell that he was in the middle of casting.
This is my implement. So it is, I think it's what implement. It triggers its critical thingy. What do you call it? Critical
Oh, the weapon
specialization?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weapon specialization. But what is this weapon specialization of a sledgehammer? I
Great
think you
question.
made it up.
I
think it's in the
making the
it's
same
in Hammer
for
Group.
club. Oh, yeah.
think it's in the Hammer
Hammer's a
Group.
specific group. Let me go see.
I think It's in there.
Hammer,
Yeah, I think
weapons
there's
group. The target is knocked prone unless they succeeded the fort save against your class DC.
Okay.
Oh, they're not great at fort saves. Here we go. Son of a bitch. Oh, why is that invisible? Don't do that.
I don't actually know what they rolled.
Reveal.
Oh yeah, good. That's definitely not my class DC.
God damn it. Yeah, you smash the hammer down, crush this guy's staff, interrupt this belly's casting, and he is laid flat on his ass. He uses his last action to stand back up, but that is his whole turn.
You're lucky I don't have a second.
Yeah, right. That
Here's got that though.
That sucks. Cool. On to the next guy. That's okay.
Oh wait, he's immobilized. He can't get up.
Oh my god. You're so right. When you're right, you're right. Oh my god. Nightmare.
Would you like to spend an action to call to your mommy?
Maybe. I'm checking to see. Last non-cantrip spell. Gross.
Can attack, I guess.
Gross. He might have to. Yeah, I think that's what he does. He looks down at this broken staff, and he grabs the sharp point of it, and essentially just tries to jam it into your cap.
I think there's some -2 to this.
He'll have a -2 because he's prone. Let me get that. Uh, 18 just hit.
Wow.
He did it. I'm so proud of him. He accomplished something.
Good for you.
16 points of piercing damage.
I take it.
And that's his turn. That brings us over to the warden. This is the one that is back by him. It is not the one down, or not either of the ones down by Cat. Warden sees that one of the two most powerful people on the ship is having some trouble and needs to go help him. Oh, amazing. New game, who this? He actually, seeing all of this happen, is going to use his reaction as well. When you use your reaction to hit his friend, he uses his reaction to draw a longbow and fire at you.
Oh, that's fair. Fair enough.
Turnabout, fair play. The shot does go wide. The ship rocks right as he looses the arrow. You hear it right past your head. He'll
Which
then.
guy's doing this?
This is the guy up on the deck, up yonder. He's going to use one action to come over towards his friend. And
I'll get to you soon.
that had some real Tia Time vibes to it.
When would you approach me with a ranged weapon?
He does use a piddly action to swap weapons.
Okay. Does he do it when he's next to
He
me?
does it. Well, you don't have your reaction back.
I know the reaction.
But he is a
doesn't
skilled
know that.
combatant. He knows to do this before he gets in range of you.
Yeah.
He wants to get you off of his friend. Is he good at this? He's okay at this. He's going to try to shove you. Oh, wait, he's not immobilized by you. He's immobilized by all of Ealdwood's vine. What a nightmare. He's just going to chop you. Here we go. Chop, chop.
Fair enough. Map?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Or no, that was
because
reaction.
he used
Yeah.
reaction. Yeah, earlier. He's going to chop me.
23 is a hit.
Oh, wait. So he's hit. What's peeled in my 6? I see the red and I thought it was a miss. Yeah,
Oh, yeah. It lands for 14 plus another 7 for a grand total of 21 points of slashing damage. He'll follow up his last action with map.
What's this D8 came out?
That is the Warden's Protection feature. Oh, I accidentally rolled it with you selected instead of him.
Okay.
But 21 total to you.
Yeah, 21 total. Let me just subtract it manually then.
Yeah, that one is a miss, and that brings us to Johari, who is still chilling downstairs, staying out of the fight. This brings us to the other Sun Caller.
The vines disappear at the end of its round.
Oh, thank Christ. At the end of, presumably, your turn when you cast it?
Let's see here. On a failure, the target is also immobilized for 1 round or until it escapes against your spell DC.
Got it. So it'll go
Yeah.
away on Eeldwood's turn.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
This Suncaller is not interrupted. Hopefully, I don't want to jinx it. They raise their staff towards the heavens. A beam of light shoots up, and red fire answers from the sun.
Thanks.
They can summon Celestial, and for probably the first time here for everyone except maybe Ruko, you witness firsthand what an Angel of Aeva looks like. This orb of red sunfire bolts down from the sky and lands next to this thing. And then 6 pairs of golden wings emerge from its back. They shimmer. There's a metallic ringing noise. And it rolls initiative. Poorly. And I forgot to PW. Classic. Take 4 off of that.
What's a 12? Wow.
The Suncaller still has 1 action left. With this action, they are going to... they're actually going to step back. Oop, just 25. To the top deck here, putting a little space between himself and all of you. That brings us over to Ruka.
That's a problem.
Ruka, you were kind of in the middle of the ship, right next to Kaz and Eeldwood. There are a couple of Templars that are mostly trying to get Kaz. They managed to disarm him of his gun. One of them has been chopping at Eeldwood. Neither of them can quite get to you. You're kind of behind Eeldwood and Kaz here.
Oh dear.
You see the sphere, right?
Oh, that's right. You are in the invisible hamster ball, which you learned you can shoot phase bolts through.
Yeah, I sure can.
Fuck. Right, forgot that was happening.
Yeah. Oh dear. I'm. Is there anything I know about these guardians? Like, once they summon it, can I attack the summoner kind of deal? Like, tactics with my terrorist friends.
What a great question.
Probably need to sustain it.
What is your... you know what? I'll give this to you. What is your passive Spirit Weaver's lore? What is it like? What is your what's your modifier to Spirit Weaver's lore?
Let's see. It's a pretty good Spirit Weaver lore. Lore skills got a +4 to Spirit Weaver lore.
Yes, +4. So passive 14. Passive 14. You know a little bit about these things. If you want, you can also spend a full action to roll it and see if you get higher. But with your passive 14, here's what you know about it. They are weak to any sort of divine damage that is like opposed to them, which I don't know if you have access to, but you probably know you have some like spiritual casters who do divine damage that would be good against them. You know that they... Oh man, passive 14 is not super high. They fly, they're very fast. They can fire golden bolts. You see them do that all the time. You've seen these things fight once or twice. They can fire these just like golden bolts of energy over a very long distance, and then they can also bash people with their wings. You know that they are capable of some magic, and you know that... I'm trying to think. On a passive 14...
I'm coming at it from the angle... Like, I'm coming at it from the angle of, like... There's a lot of dangers in the world, Ruko. And if some caster does this shit, you need to go and get the caster. Or
right.
this and this. Like, I won't know much about the Guardian itself.
I'll say that on a passive, without spending any action, you actually know that most of the time when your fellow Spirit Weavers fight these things, they don't go after the caster. But you don't know why unless you want to spend an action to roll for it.
Okay. I don't know. Okay, so that amounts to extra big danger. Oh, fuck. Alright. But I'm in a bubble. And I've got little bolts that I just learned can go and fly right through it. So
True.
I'm gonna keep on doing that. I think... Okay, this guy just moved closer to Ethan, right? After he cast the dealio.
The one who summoned him ran back up to the top of the ship. The one who ran up to Ethan is like the night buddy who's trying to help his friend.
Okay. I feel in danger where I'm at, but also Ethan's up there, and there are plenty of people in now +1. So Ruko's attention goes to that, and he's gonna try to shoot at this guy. Try to get rid of him out of the equation here.
Excellent.
All right, so I'm gonna do a phase bolt right through. Let's go. He's doing the twirl of his what the heck do you even call these? What? Oh, jeez, it's a bow staff. It's a little twirly.
Yeah, the
Whirligig.
S-staff thing.
Yeah. And he flings the bolts off of the edge of that right through the little portal.
Wonderful. It's
the
kind of a
bubble.
tricky shot because you're looking up, kind of past the edge of stairs, but Phase Bolt doesn't give a shit. It goes straight through cover.
Zoom. Okie dokie. Attack.
12 is just one off. Oh, do you have your own buff applied to this? Your Inspire Courage. It's not built in there already. So that bumps it to a 13, which is exactly a hit.
Oh, beautiful. All right, let's do the damage. Can't get the. Okay, damage. That'll roll dice.
The bolt phases out almost the instant and leaves your fingertips, bypasses the resilience sphere, bypasses the lip of the stairs, and reappears, basically slamming into this guy's thigh as he rolls around on the deck of the ship.
Ow.
11 points piercing damage.
Oh,
He is still up.
man,
Well-
just like a thump, like right through the deck
Yeah.
into his thighs, like, oh,
Little bits of wood splinters out with it.
okie dokie.
That is
Okay, we got
two
him.
actions.
Sort of.
Got one left.
Missed two, so I need one more. I've got. You can always. Can I keep inspiring? Wait, hold on. What have I cast already? Oh,
Which I
jeez.
think you've done Inspire
Yeah.
once. I can't remember if you've done it the second time.
Yeah, thank you. Lady photo. Did I? Does anybody have Inspire Courage on them right now? Like, what happened? I'm a little. Oh, jeez. I definitely. Okay. Well. Okay.
It's not on any of my stat buffs, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't got it.
I do have your like true strike thing though.
True, that was in the morning preparations. Oh, jeez. I don't want to break rules.
You're good. We'll say you got one focus point left. Your Inspire Courage is going to drop right now anyway, because it's your turn. So the round would have just ended and it will have dropped. So if you want, you can do another Inspire Courage.
You know,
do as you
I
please.
think we kind of need it to start ticking these guys down because this is a problem.
Sure is.
There sure are a lot of people. Ooh, maybe. Oh, jeez, what's this? Fire Courage is probably the. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's Fire Courage.
Excellent. Everybody can drag that out onto themselves.
Thank you, Ruko.
Yeah.
That brings us over to Ethan.
Where is it?
Hear him from a bubble.
It's me.
Yeah.
Gonna do a piddly action to turn this sledgehammer. It disintegrates into like black sand and transforms into a fighting stick, which is non-lethal. This is a manipulate.
It is. I was just checking to
think-
see. He does
yeah.
not have attack of opportunity.
The shifting ability I think was the weapon shift. I think it's a manipulate trait.
I
I'm
think
not
so.
sure.
Either way, not important
Yeah.
currently, but good to know.
Yeah. So this thing, he's just gonna bap. Unconscious fellow. And he's gonna make it non-lethal. Therefore, there's no, what do you call this? Penalties.
Excellent.
Targeting them, right? Yeah, I think I am. Of course, it's a natural one.
I loved it.
That's okay.
You gonna let it go?
I'm gonna reroll and keep the new result. Where is that? It doesn't have the option to roll with a hero point.
Weird.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just not going to. They'll just attack with a fist with map.
Before you make your fist attack, when that attack misses, now the warden is going to take his retributive strike.
Okay.
This is Bastard Sword, strike plus 10. No! That is miss. However, the warden is not the only thing making a retributive strike. From the side, you can practically feel the heat off of the sun as its gaze turns on you. Although it is an orb, you can almost sense eyes from within that light you up like a fire. It, too, will do a retributive strike.
Okay.
That is not a miss. This golden beam of energy flies out from the center towards you for 9 points of piercing and a little bit of
spirit damage.
Yep.
Fucking sucks, mate.
Yep. You feel just kind of a little wisp of some part of your spirit is blown off from around just the very grazing tip of your shoulder. Dust fades away and drifts off into the sky. Yeah, I do love this song. It's really good. That brings us back to your final action.
This is just my second action.
Or second, I forgot. Piddly, yep.
How dare you steal from me?
I wouldn't dream.
Let's try and see if this hits a prone creature. There you go. It's non-lethal. It's this plus 7.
Oh my god. Yeah, 18 is more than enough to clock this guy. He releases the broken staff in his hand, clatters to the ground.
Woo. And then I'm going to treat wounds myself.
Excellent.
I say treat wounds. What's a battle medicine? That's my last action.
Got it. As you were rolling that.
But I am going to do something wonky here. I'm going to do a doctor's visitation.
Oh, nice. Can you do that to yourself? I guess. Yeah, I guess you can.
Don't see why not. You move to provide me stride, then use battle medicine.
Love it, love it, love it.
Just gonna 5, 10, 15.
No.
25. Going up the stairs.
Nathan's our medic.
Think my movement. Oh, I have 30 feet now. Cool. There.
The doctor's coming.
And then I'm just like, flicking a scarab on myself and just burrows under the illusion to heal myself.
God, I hate that. Okay, that brings us to
Just roll that.
Hey, I'm very far away from this, which is unfortunate. Do I have to act first and cure, or can Wildfolk go before me?
Nah, I'll let you do it in any order, especially given the weirdness of this scenario.
I healed 31.
Okay. Wildfolk is going to use her independent to try and squeeze through this grate and just drop to the next floor.
Easy. Not even like a check involved. The only thing that might be a problem is the well, no, it was a tiny creature. 10-foot drop, easy, no problem whatsoever.
Does she land on me?
5 feet of movement can drop her down to essentially right on the grate here on the second floor. Yep. Where once again, there's another grate that drops down into the cargo bay. So for another 5 feet, she can get basically all the way down to you.
So since I can see through her eyes right now, is it an action to like investigate this floor, or people moving, or what's going on here?
Passively for free. The crew is kind of just huddled up. I'd say even passively you can tell they are not reacting, but in such a way that makes you think that they were warned. And their programmed response is to just sit and wait. They are huddling by the cargo, just waiting to see how it goes. A few of them are like rubbernecking a little, and one of them sees Eelbo drop down and like backs up and it's like, oh no, what's going on? But no, they don't have weapons. They're not like coming up. They're just kind of waiting and watching. Passively, you can see Johari is poking her head out of this door over here to also watch. And passively, you don't see any sign of anyone else down here. Nobody else is moving.
Boy, I think the only thing I can even kind of do to help is gonna disturb that a lot. Fuck it, everybody's dying, I gotta try something. I will spend 3 actions casting a spell.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh no.
I'm going to summon a giant ant.
Oh.
Well, hey, another summon.
At like the top of the stairs or whatever, as far as I can get it away from me within 30 feet.
You summon a creature. Are you summoning this from Foster's line of sight or from Ealdwo's line of sight?
I can't cast from Yieldwood, so it has to be Foster's line of sight. So I'll drop the shared senses, which let me check. I'm pretty sure I can do that for free.
The answer is about the same either way. Foster can see all the way up through the grate, enough for the purpose of casting magic to summon this thing on the top level, basically right on top of the grate.
Oh, on like the very top level?
Yeah, you can see just a little trace of sunlight, and that's all it needs to cast a spell. Like if you
Oh,
want,
that's
you can cast it on
amazing.
the
I
top
was
deck.
going to have this thing just scurry through the crowd, but that is so much nicer.
Yeah. Okay.
Gets 2 actions.
Giant ant. Let me pull one up.
I have one pulled up, but I don't have PWL.
Perfect. Let me grab. There you go. You should. Oh wait, which one? Fuck, which one? There's 2. Bottom one. The bottom sheet there, you should have control over. I've brought a token out, and it has PW.
Amazing.
And
I guess for its first action, it is going to do a mandible attack on this warden. Mandible. That makes a lot of sense.
We're so back.
Fuck it. How does this work?
It was just born. Give it a chance.
It needs a second. Well, shit. It needs 2 actions to do what I want it to do. It'll use its second action to just try a stinger attack.
Got
On the same dude.
17 is just short. Oh, wait.
Right,
You're flanking with Kaz, right?
I don't know.
does the ant not get Inspire Courage too?
The ant was
I
not
just
here when
summoned
Inspire
it.
Courage happened. Yeah, you were totally flanking with Kaz, and that is a +2, which bumps that up to a hit.
Sweet.
Okay, amazing. So, where is it? 1d6 plus 4.
You have a giant ant token prepared. Such. Ooh.
I do. I have a bunch of generic tokens for situations just like that.
And then he's got to make a DC 18 Fortitude save, or that's not with PWL, but for the giant ant venom.
Got it, giant ant. Is there a way I can reveal... Can I reveal this to everybody? I cannot. Here we go. 16 fort save. That is a failure. As the stinger sinks in, you can roll me an additional 1d8 poison, and you see that the warden, his strength is sapped. He becomes enfeebled 1.
Oh, that's good.
Oh my god, that's fucking awful.
1
Damage not-
poison damage.
But the enfeebled still kicks in. You see his movements become sluggish. His entire arm and part of his leg start to just, like, lock up as the poison causes his muscles to twitch involuntarily.
Oh, I'm gonna have fun with that.
No! I think
Hey,
that's all
hey,
5 of your
Meta-
actions? 7 and 6?
That's 3 from Foster and Ealdwode's Independence, so yeah, I'm done.
Perfect, excellent. 3 from Foster, 2 from Yieldwood Independent, and 2 from the delightful. What were you saying, Ken?
just meta note real quick for my fellow players. Did we talk in advance if we were like we don't want to kill any of the serial guys unless we
Yeah,
actually-
we're trying not to kill them at least.
if one of them were to fall overboard. That's
If they drown, that counts as killing them.
yeah, I guess.
The angel is here. What's the angel want?
The angel is here.
The angel is here.
I'm threatening the summoner.
You are threatening the summoner.
If I stop the summoner from sustaining, you're gonna go back to Mama
We're
Eva.
going to use 1 action to fly over to the downed unconscious sun couple.
Oh no!
And a second action You see that there is searing flame that reaches out and engulfs the Suncaller's body as it draws its pain into itself. They take a deep gasp and wake up, still on the deck of the ship.
Okay, I thought they didn't like undead, but whatever.
It's wild how the goalpost shifts like that, right? Let's see, 30 to the touched creature.
It's not supposed to be dead. They only did not leave.
It wasn't dead, but he does just wake it up with a heal, yeah. One action left. Let's fire a sunbug. Let's do a little sunbug. Ethan's being a problem. Kaz is being a problem.
Do I
Luca's
have
being
cover?
a problem. Almost certainly. Ant is not a problem yet. I think we can ignore the ant for now. What does this do? Oh, that's
Less
amazing.
speed
Love
of
that.
brute.
Yeah, he's just going to look up to Ethan and fire. You have a +2 from cover here. WH makes a miss. That brings us to Brand.
I'm gonna delay my whole turn until after casting.
Understood. Got it. Then that brings us to Kaz.
Boy, oh boy. How far down is my
Has it?
sword?
Your weapon is one full deck down, which means if you were to... It's probably about 10 feet... Well, it's a ship. The floors are a little smaller. Probably 7 feet down from the lip of the edge.
Is this rope actually here?
Sure.
Nice.
If that specific one isn't, there are probably others like it. But yeah, we'll just say there's a rope exactly like in the picture.
Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I have a big ant right there now, and that startles me a little bit first. But I look to these. It was this warden that disarmed me, right?
The southern one is the one that disarmed you, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna look to both of them and kind of just hold up my hands and be like, "I'll be right back. I need to get that." And I'm gonna do a tumble through,
Excellent.
which allows me to move up to my speed. And since that is only 7 feet down, it's part of an acrobatics check as well with that for the tumble through. And since I'm hopefully, familiar with moving on the decks of ships and stuff, I kind of just want to like swing down there real quick on a rope, grab it, and then come back here and like kind of land behind this guy after tumbling through.
Hell yeah.
I love this. This is so swashbuckler and so pirate. Tumble
This
through
will definitely
does
panache,
normally
right?
require an acrobatics check, I believe.
Yeah,
Is that
yeah,
correct? Perfect. Normally I would throw a whole bunch of penalties on here for like climbing and using rope, but you are a swashbuckler and a sailor. I'm just going to waive all that on account of your sailing background. So just give me an acrobatics check against the Warden's Reflex DC, which is 16.
Kaz, please.
That's not correct. Is your acrobatics only +3? Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's only +3. Weird.
Oh.
I'll use a hero point.
Good luck.
Good luck.
I mean, I guess. Can I retrieve the sword even if I don't get the tumble through and panache?
Let's do a Brennan.
Because I'm grabbing it before I go through that space.
We're going to do a Brennan, like the way that he handles these things. On a full success, you get your gun and get back up to the deck of the ship. On a failure, you choose one or the other. You can either grab your gun or get back to the deck of the ship. On a
So you could
critical
be
failure,
hanging?
you get neither.
Yeah, I'll just 0 point.
Hey, hell
Oh,
yeah.
yay.
That is a full success. You were able to essentially do a 6 swashbuckling thing, rope swing or climb or what have you, snatch the gun back up, and get back up to the deck of the ship.
Yeah, I
For
really
one
wanted
action.
to do I really just want to do like full rope swing and then like use the momentum to leap over his head as I'm coming back
Hell
over
yeah.
the rail.
Hell
How
yeah.
many flips do you do in the air as you land?
Can I roll like a d4 for flips?
On a 21, you can have up to 2 flips for free.
Okay. Am I gonna? I'll just do the 2. I'll do
Love
like
it.
2 flips and then like that cool thing that like gymnast pole vaulters do or whatever when they like dismount,
Twirl?
where they like twirl to turn the other way, and like I like land in the T pose like
Hell yeah.
with my sword.
All of this absolutely nets you panache.
Fuck yeah. And then I need
Sure,
to
for a
decide if I
second.
want to push this guy overboard or not.
Son of a bitch.
It's so tempting. It's so goddamn tempting. You have no idea.
He could
I know.
easily catch himself like your sword did in a bout of of situational irony.
Yeah, he still gets to grab an edge if you
Yeah.
shove him.
He's essentially out of combat if he's hanging on the ship.
Even if he's pushed 10 feet.
10
Oh,
foot
if he's
push.
pushed to the feet.
10 foot push. He would need a much better reflex save to catch himself on anything.
10-foot push with a DC 22 con save to resist the push.
Oh Jesus.
I have a ring of the ram, and I really just want to
Oh.
1-inch punch this guy and send him flying overboard with my last 2 options. But
Yeah, dude,
I
if
don't.
you're Ring of the Ram, I'll just use that as the DC instead of giving him like a ledge save DC. That's plenty.
I'm not gonna roll for morale. Like, I don't want to kill these guys. I'm gonna attack
Show him
him
your
too.
cool gun.
Don't worry, you'll get a better look now. I'm gonna swing on him. If I can find my character sheet. There it is. Strike!
That is a hit.
I'm sure it's not close enough to be an issue with the damage yet, but I will go for non-lethals.
Understood. He still seems to be doing pretty well. He has to dodge back. That costs a bunch of his stamina. That does leave a momentary opening where his buddy tries to do a protective strike. His movements are sluggish from the venom that is starting to course through his body, but that doesn't put him out of the fight yet. Here is a swing on Kaz from the northern one, doing a warding strike.
Crit miss.
That is a hit, even through the enfeebled, for
1 less damage, I think.
10 points of slashing. And then on a warding strike, hit the strikes to trigger it. The strike hits, the enemy's attack is deflected, reducing its damage by 8.
Hang on, let me look at a thing.
Gonna nimbly?
I thought about it, but it would still be a hit by 1,
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
it would, yeah.
See, I can't really do much about that.
Alright, excellent. That is your first and second actions.
Yeah. Third, I'm just gonna attack him again with some magic.
What is this? What is this red area? Do we know? Do we remember what this red area is?
That's
No, it's for the
me.
gun.
Got it.
I was thinking about doing a spell there, but I don't think it would work.
I got it.
Unhappy face.
Last shot does go a little bit wide.
Yes.
That brings us to the non-poisoned wardens, the one
Wait.
that you're just attacking. Oh,
Wait, no, I delayed my turn.
Alright, Brant jumps back into the fight.
Yeah. I think I have to use one thing of movement to get all the way back up to the deck.
That is
top deck?
almost certainly correct. Let's see. 10, 20, 25 essentially gets you to the door.
The door. Is it like an open space?
It's just like a push
Also, I
up.
have I'm pretty sure I had panache still. Which
Oh,
means-
then
which
yeah,
is,
you've got an extra 10. So that'll get you. You've got 5 feet of movement left from your first action.
All right. Just up there, I have the Sunbird's Onion from earlier too. Correct. Sure. Why not? I'll do this.
You notice on that note, just for free, as you're walking out, as soon as the Sunbird's Onion is exposed to daylight and has a line of sight to this angel, it grows hot in your hand. There are flames that are just like bursting up from it. I assume
Yeah.
that you are still using asbestos cloth to like carry it around.
Yeah. Or my fake hand. Honestly, that'd work too.
True.
Your
And
fake name with a fuel reservoir built into.
Yeah, made of like wood and metal.
made of wood and metal. Yeah.
Classic.
Well, good. It's this puts attention to me because for my next action, Branch is just gonna emerge and just shout, "You don't know who we are. You don't know how many of us there are, and you don't know what we've done to this ship while we've been here. You value your lives and the lives of this crew, you'll put your weapons down. I don't know what to roll for that, but
Intimidation
I also have this.
or deception.
Did that post?
I've not seen it.
Maybe I'm stretching the limits of the skill feed because I actually took a look at it, but it seems applicable.
We'll see. We'll see. My gut is okay. Got it. So my gut here would be this is normally an intimidation check. The way that you worded this kind of lets me think you should be able to maybe also try it with deception. I will let you know ahead of time. No matter which one you choose, this is going to be a hard sell. In fact, I'm trying before I even announce DCs here. I'm trying to figure out if there is a chance of this succeeding at all in their current state. You can lie, evidence, actions, deception. Got it. Let's go ahead and roll. You can use either deception or intimidation. If you roll high, there may still be some asterisks here, but I'm kind of just hoping you roll low enough that I don't have to think about it yet. Let's see it.
What do we get? 10!
On a 17, you come out here and you yell this in the middle of combat. Some of them look your way. There's a new member to the fight. They continue to fight. The things are still too hectic. They don't feel that they have, lost yet.
Alright.
The presence of the angel in particular seems to be, really pushing a lot of them on. Especially having just seen their one fallen foe be brought right back into the fight.
Fine. This might be a fucking stupid idea. Actually, never mind. I'm gonna... I still have 5 feet of movement from my movement, earlier, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. How does... Oh, that's 10 feet. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Well, then I'll just say I'll use the rest of that movement to just step here. Where's the fucking move thing? Step 5 feet away from this guy. Thank you.
Note he is up above you. You just came out of the doorway underneath him.
Is it still 5 feet or is it not?
Yeah, he's within a 5-foot reach of you. He's gonna have a lot of cover if you're trying to attack him from there. You're essentially trying to hit somebody's ankles through the railing of a thing while they're on a ledge above you.
Finishers always hit, right?
The confident finisher always lands a little damage.
Oh, I fucking forgot about that one.
Attack precision, I think, was it?
Yeah. Confident finisher is just a feat. It's not like one of the ones you do, but yeah, it makes it so any finisher you do, even if you miss it, you still do half the precise damage.
Got it.
Okay.
So it's like 3d6.
Nice.
Yeah, he's just gonna whip around, and do that thing he does where he wraps the chain around his leg and tries to kick it up to the guy above him.
Love it. Oh yeah, you've got the fucking whip chain. You got reach.
Yeah.
Going for the down guy?
Can I reach the down guy with my reach?
Oh boy.
He'd have cover, I think.
He'd have cover.
They're both gonna have a little cover. I think this guy's gonna have +1 cover. This guy's gonna have +4 cover from your current angle.
Yeah.
What
fair.
about the angel?
Angel is big enough and high enough off the ground that they would also just have the +1 cover.
Okay, then I'll hit the angel. I have.
Nice.
Would I know if that's a bad idea if with my fucking flame rune on the chain?
What is your passive religion?
Fairly high, I think. My passive.
Or, I guess you're
religion-
specifically asking about the onion being a bad idea. That would be passive arcana.
No, I have a flame rune on my chain.
Oh, got it. Passive religion.
Plus
13. 13. Boy, I don't think you know on a passive 13. It certainly seems like a flaming orb of fire, but it's got golden wings. It has substance there. Who knows?
Okay, I'll just hit the guy then. Where are weapons? In the hand? In the fucking... Oh, yeah.
Yep. Under action. Number 2.
Oh, thank you. It's been a while since we've done combat.
We haven't played in 3 weeks.
Sure, why not? I'll fucking deal with it. Why not?
There it is.
The world's worst threat.
Excellent. When you start to swing towards the warden right next to the angel is going to fire a bolt back down at you. You get the exact same cover it against it that it would have had against you, so you have a +1 to your AC here.
Okay.
Four rolled a not
I didn't,
one.
Claim finisher, so I still have panache, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
You sure do. It misses too. Everybody's just missing today. Excellent.
We all suck.
Anything else?
I think that's the end of my turn.
Perfect. Now,
Oh yeah, one action to like talk. Never mind. Sorry.
Gotcha. Now we're back to the warden that Kaz just fought. It's gonna start. Boy, the problem is that it doesn't have enough to step all the way around. Oh, I know what it does. This guy has a theme. This guy has a theme for sure. This warden is going to use one action to step, a second action to step, and a third action to push the invisible hamster ball off the ship. Or try to.
What a dickbag.
He likes pushing things off the ship. That's his whole deal.
I've noticed.
Personality.
Let's see. What kind of save would this be? It's going to be his athletics because he's
Step is the one that doesn't provoke
is.
attack of opportunity, right?
Yeah, he spent 2 actions disengaging so that he would not trigger any attacks of
What a
opportunity.
dickbag.
Don't worry, I've got him next round.
Alright, at this point he deserves to get rammed off the ship, right?
This is normally against the Fortitude DC. I'm going to say that Ruko being in the hamster ball certainly helps him. I'm just going to give him like a +2 to his athletics against Ruko's Fort DC.
Yeah, what does the hamster ball actually say?
Great question. Let me go see.
Does them impervious
Hey.
to damage.
Is pushing the hamster ball a manipulate action?
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Cool.
Your
If it's a
application
shove,
of
it has the attack trait.
a mobile force field or the protective. Oh no, I have entirely misread the spell. It is not a hamster ball, it's immobile.
Shoves it doesn't work.
It's like a
Oh, boy.
dome. It's like when a bubble sticks to the side of the bathtub. And it's like,
Yeah. I'm so used to resilience
I hate
here from
that.
5e.
It's not a hamster ball, it's like when you catch a spider under like a cup.
like some clinking all over.
You know what?
Stick up spider.
This is their team
Skittering
spell.
in here.
I'm going to see if this guy knows this ahead of time. If not, I'm just going to commit to it. He'll waste his whole turn. Nope.
Probably see it.
This guy has never actually tried this before. He thought today was his big opportunity, and today he learned a very valuable lesson about the way that this spell works. That's his whole turn.
Does that still count as a manipulate action?
It does. It still counts as a manipulate action.
He like made his way into the forest just by pushing things off the edge of other things. He has actual no fighting experience.
Are you doing an attack of opportunity, Cat?
Oh.
Yeah,
The question is it the shove action? Because that doesn't have I think
That
it's an attack trait.
might be true. I committed to it. We'll say he was treating it like an
Yeah.
object. He was treating it
He was
as if
treating
he was
the
rolling it.
ball,
Yeah.
not a creature. Yeah.
What a wonderful fight we're having.
What happened? I didn't see.
And that one, another. Everyone
Really?
is so off today. This is such a slap
This-
fight.
Oh, there it just happened. Oh my god. What's going on today, guys?
Alright, that brings us to the other warden, the one who's poisoned. Boy,
I'm gonna
oh
exercise the dice.
boy. Yeah, it's time. They all need to go to dice jail. We gotta start fresh. Boy, oh boy. I think in a moment of
Don't
panic,
mind me.
he has just been struck by this giant ant. He's kind of in a panic state. He's just going to swing on the ant. Kind of instinctive.
I think I just made my crit fail noise too funny.
Fart sound, yeah.
It is kind
I
of a
think I might-
nice silver lining, though, so it doesn't feel quite as bad.
It might be too funny, guys.
hacks into the ant. As we all know, summoned creatures' HP is a direct comparison to their bodily health. Part of the antenna is chapped off for 11 slashing damage. Second action with Matt. Crit!
Don't do it.
Bullying the ant.
He's just an ant!
Third action. Oh my god. That's a lot of damage. Third action with Matt.
It's an ant thing.
He's going to try it. It's a giant ant. I thought they'd be pretty resilient.
Did Elden Ring do this much to you?
The third action is a miss. The ant lived. That brings us back to the top of the round. Oh no, sorry. Captain and crew. Amy goes back into her cabin. Crew continues to get out of the way. Does anyone downstairs do anything? I think the only thing that happens downstairs is on the mid deck next to Ildwood. One, like this big, burly orc who was working crew, begins openly bawling, his knees are shaking, and just like lowers to his legs and begs Ildwood for his life. Like, please don't kill me, I have a family. That brings us to the top of the round. The Suncaller, who was knocked down, is back up again.
Longer immobilized.
No longer immobilized. Gonna use an action to stand up.
Oh, that's 10 feet away, never mind.
Gonna use second and third actions to reach towards the heavens. Cast a spell.
Now that he's up, I think you can attack him with a reaction.
True.
Can I use an attack of opportunity to put this guy down again?
Yeah, he's casting a spell. This is a manipulate trait. He'll have a +2 to cover now that he's standing up instead of a +4.
Instead of +4, yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Get back down.
No! 4 is a regular hit, off by 1.
Yeah, okay.
Is Inspire Courage built into that?
Our Inspire Courage was not built into that.
It is not built into that.
I don't know how to drag it onto
Then
myself.
Ruko, by exactly 1, bumps that to a critical hit.
Hell yeah!
This is it again!
Yeah. 15. I don't know if that had a crit stuff.
30 then.
30.
Yeah, so 20 slashing immediate. Oh, no, that is immediate fire damage. So 30. Son
Yeah.
of a bitch. This guy had exactly 30 hit points. I'm so. Oh, wait. No, he already used. Oh, wait. Yes. Okay, thank God. Thank God. I can save this. Okay, the Warden, as a reaction to you using your reaction, is going to take a warding strike on you. You will have a +1 to your AC from cover.
Does he have a range? Oh, wait, no, I think they're within 5 feet of each other.
They're close enough, yeah, through cover. Just a little poke of the bastard sword. I just need it to hit. I need to reduce any damage at all. You have a +1 to your AC here.
Any damage.
I'm going to use a hero point.
Wait, you gave those?
No.
Okay, good. I also have my.
Doesn't
I think
matter.
one of my investigator feats just goes off every time I hit something.
What you got?
Which one?
Unless I need to declare this as an action or something.
Post it. Let me see.
Yeah.
When you hit a creature with a strike, once you substitute your attack roll, you have to use Divide as a stratagem for this one.
Oh, yeah, fuck. I keep forgetting that. Okay, sorry.
You're good.
Move on.
Nonetheless, 30 damage
Unconscious.
is exactly enough to knock this guy unconscious again. You see a second angel starting to form on the deck, and then he drops. Fuck me, I guess. That brings us to the Warden that tried to save his friend. Doesn't have any way to do quick healing. I think he is going to 10, 25 stride. This would provoke, but you just used your reaction.
Yeah.
And he essentially comes charging up the stairs, couches his blade, and just tries to ram straight into it.
Hey, what gives? Hello.
22 is a hit.
Ow.
4. Ooh, good damage! 15 points of slashing damage. Slams it in.
Oh wait, the ant took the damage for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh no.
You are Ant now.
Give the ad 15 back.
Try pressing
or
can.
whatever.
Well, he didn't have all of 15. He was less.
Oh, I'll do
He had
control
3
D,
left.
there
I'm watching
yeah,
it.
Perfect.
There you go.
Bless you. Bless you.
Yeah.
He runs up, couches the blade, slams towards you, catches part
Let
of your armor, a bucket or a buckle kind of cuts free, and he essentially runs past you and en passant does a spinning move with Matt to try to slash back at you.
I don't know what an en passant is.
It's French for in passing and a chess move.
Fair enough.
That's another hit.
Yeah.
12 more points of slashing damage. That brings us to Jahari continuing to do her thing. Suncaller, who is not dead.
Kind of a dick move on this.
Kind of an asshole, isn't he?
Boy,
I'd
that
so
would be
patient and nice right now.
so juicy if his friends weren't there.
Hate when you look juicy and your friends aren't there.
Boy, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I hate those words.
You said them. That's the crazy thing.
I regret them.
Man, I just want a fireball. Why can't I just fireball?
Because the ship is wood.
He is going to use 2 actions to cast his. He reaches up towards the sun once more. This time pulls down just sparkling motes of light, which begin to engulf his body, and they form kind of like a bokeh effect around him. Like there's just like sunbeam glare spots all around. Like it's hard to stare directly at him. It's like looking into the sun. He casts the blur spell on himself, becomes concealed.
Oh, of course.
What is our range on this? It is reach. That's so much fun. As a free action, when he calls down this sunlight, he also brings with it a little bit of fire, which begins to engulf the tip of his spear. And then with his third action, he is going to reach out and try to stab Ethan with it.
Oh, the long spear. Makes sense.
Yeah, long spear.
It hits
18
by 0.
just hits. We got ourselves 16 base damage, and then the fire is an additional 8. For a grand total of 24
Jeez.
points of damage.
Jeez, my guy.
That brings us back to Ruko in the fully static, immobile hamster ball.
Just a big sign on it that says Ruko in front of it.
Ruko,
condition.
Ruko inside, do not move.
Yeah. Let me out. Okay. What do I know about this bubble in terms of casting? I can't what? I know I can do phantasm the bolt, but
You know that the bubble prevents anything physical from going through it. You know that your friends can still hear you because you've been able to inspire courage. You know your phase bolt can just phase right through it. You imagine that light and light-based effects could probably go through it, like radiant damage. Passively, what is your passive arcana? Let's see here. Your passive arcana is 13. I think that's about all you know for free. If you want to spend an action to do a check about it, you could ask me like a much more directed question, like, can I do this? Can I do this?
okay. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Do I think I could cast an illusion through it because it's light from
Almost
the
certainly.
outside?
Yeah, for free, you know that light-based stuff works just fine.
Okay. Well. I immerse me in some historical lore because I've got a mind toward casting a phantasmal protagonist. I could do a hero or a villain, an ally. Oh geez. Let's see. Protagonist.
A hero, your
Golly
brother.
gee, I'm stuck in a bubble.
Are you leaning protagonist or are you leaning villain?
Emotionally, I'm leaning villain because I'm angry, but I also really think we need an ally right now, or a hero. Oh, jeez. Let's see. That is
This is a cool
damage.
spell.
Or oh, I see. How are our friends? Are they hurt? Are they very hurt? Where did Foster go? Jesus.
Foster is still down in the basement, but you've seen
It's way down there.
you've seen
Like
the
a
evidence
load
of Foster,
giant
like
ant.
the wind, invisible, but we feel it
And
in the form of a giant ant and Eeldwood casting slashing vines.
and there's just a bunch of people around.
It's like
here.
he's
It's
still
terrible.
with us to this day.
All right.
Can still
Golly.
hear his
Very
voice.
important that I
I
don't
can
blow.
still hear boats
cover.
clank around.
Let's see. Let's go and get rid of these problems here. So I'm gonna cast one near us, Ruko and Kaz. So I think maybe it's time for a hero. We need some combat.
Wonderful.
Oh boy.
Do you have a story in mind, or do you want a story from me?
Golly. This whole time I've been thinking about making a villain out of one of their idols, but no, we need a hero. So, what comes to mind for Ruko is the there's many a tales about the waters outside of, what do you call them? Regal water. Not Regal water.
Yeah, Regal water, yep.
Big Crest Island, yeah, Regal water. Of the pirate captains. He's let's go for, he's one of the rebels. He's one of the great heroes of our locale over in Blemadil when they were dealing with the Cyrillian invasion. But what you get is just a scrappy, piratey looking, crazy looking Fossa, Thraxa folk. And Ruko will cast, he'll channel. He'll get ready to cast him right here. Let's go. New spell.
Amazing. We were on very similar pages here. The great pirate hero that you conjure is an image of a famous folklore hero named Yupanqui. And they are noteworthy because they were the ones who sailed out and reached the northern lighthouse that was used to destroy a huge swath of the invading Cyrillil fleet as they made their big assault on Regal Water. He is the pirate captain that essentially single-handedly won that day by reaching the lighthouse and summoning a huge sea storm to engulf the fleet.
All right. I think as part of the summoning, there's a bit of a flourish that Ruko does where it's almost like a phantasmal wave of ocean spray comes in and it just forms into this liquid shape of that man. Upungi, right?
Yupanqui.
Upungi. Yeah. And he's got vibrant blue like the depths of the sea catching sunlight in his eyes. And from his chest he pulls out two long scimitars, like very curved looking blades. And stance. Bam bam. Let's get it.
Hell
So,
yeah.
phantasmal protagonist. Hero.
When you summon him, you can immediately have him do 2 attack, or any 2 actions that you want. I assume probably both attack.
Oh yes. Nushi Udis. Okay, I love this guy. I love him already. I'm gonna
I
cast
think
this when we're not in combat.
Yo, that icon fucks. Look at it.
Look at that stance.
Hero
It's like
stand.
Ruko without glasses and confidence.
He's A posing.
He is. Everybody loves a heroic A pose.
Yeah. Alright, so he's got 2 actions. Patharni says illusory strikes. Oh boy. Let's just let's just go in on this guy here.
A for
X-
Amar.
Target him. I imagine this thing can speak, right? Let's see. I'm not stupid. Because he's speaking in my head. Oh boy. But yes, 2 strikes. Let's go.
Excellent. Here is strike number 1. That's a natural 20 for
Hey.
a critical.
Wow!
Let's see. I'm reading through all of the stuff that applies on his illusory strikes real quick to see if any of it is important right this second. Not upcasted. Keep track of the damage dealt. Believes there's a blah 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 blah. Suspicious blah 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 blah. Activate. Perfect. Excellent. Cool. Excellent. Go ahead and roll critical damage. I think. Oh no, I have to do it because I was the one who rolled it.
Little one.
Wow.
It wasn't one. It doubles up to 10. Thankfully.
Wow.
You do know, because you're intimately familiar with the spell, the amount of damage this thing can do is kind of low since it is just an illusion. But he perceives it as fully real and serious amounts of damage. And 10, frankly, is enough to put a commoner out. And he has a second attack.
Let's go.
Here we go with Matt.
Got a hero.
Second swing is a miss. He's able to block the second swing with his shield.
Oh, okay. Wait, I can't delete this. Wait, I don't know what's going on. All right.
So that was 2 of your actions to summon this guy. You have 1 left.
Whoa, that's true. That's wild. Going to. Let's just say this guy showed up and he was just immediately violent.
Oh, yeah.
But recognizable and truly awful. But for now, he's not speaking at the moment. So let's do one more action. Let's give it. I've already inspired all of your courage. Now perish.
Yeah.
Let's go for. Jeez. 1 action. Is anybody trapped that I can see?
I think everybody is currently able to move.
Okay.
I don't think
Yourself.
anybody is grappled.
Yeah.
I think it's just you, actually, yeah.
Can I? This spell, Liberating Command, says urging an ally to break free. So, can I not liberate myself?
Googling real quick. Do you count as your own ally? You are not your own
like
ally.
Wow.
That
We all
sucks.
hate
That's
ourselves
something you
in
need
this
to
game.
get therapy for.
True. Let me read this spell real quick because it feels like this is something that you should be able to do to yourself. Let's see. Liberating Command.
You call out a liberating cry, urging an ally to break free of an effect that holds them in place.
Oh, now get.
Grappled, immobilized, restrained.
I appreciate the +1.
It targets one creature. I think you should be able to use this on yourself. I will allow it.
Well, I am pretty safe in this bubble, though, aren't I? I don't know. Maybe this is good. Actually, no. He gets a reflex, like he wants to get out of here. He saw something cool. He's gonna go out there and fight. But wait a minute. Wait. I don't like this, but I'm also very safe in here. All right. Oh, jeez. He doesn't do that one. He doesn't
Totally.
do that. Let's go and. God, what can I do for 1 action? Can I do?
You're out of focus spells, which cuts out a lot of your one action or activity.
Yeah.
One thing that you can do for free, even while you're trapped, is do like a full knowledge check roll and try to get more information about something that's here.
You can also just do another
Yeah.
courage step, which would help everyone with a +1.
Does that
What?
take a focus point?
It's a cantrip. No, it's a,
Oh, you're
it's
totally
a
right.
focus. Yeah, it's a cantrip, focus cantrip, meaning you can do it repeatedly.
I don't think he has this one.
Oh, okay. I was suddenly
Your
feeling.
Rageous
like I was
Anthem, he
cheating.
literally
you're
just
totally
did
right.
it.
You're totally right. I was looking in the wrong spot. Yeah, that's
Oh.
free. You can do that over and over.
Okay, I was like, I think I've been playing this game wrong the whole time. I'm not sure. All right, with that glorious water-based creature, that hero, Ruko will also shout out. We got try to inspire more courage. Let's go. We got allies.
So for anyone who doesn't know how to drag, you see that little thing that says spell effect inspire courage, drag it onto your token.
Everyone do it.
I did.
Did it?
Yeah.
So
I
probably-
don't see it.
Inspire the ant.
Am I crazy?
Take a screenshot of your chat and throw it over there. We'll keep going while you're doing that, but I am
Oh,
curious.
in the chat. I thought it was in the map. Fuck, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, no, in chat. Delightful. That brings us over to Ruko. Or, sorry, to Ethan.
Someone.
Oh, I can go.
Oh,
again,
yeah.
don't worry.
Double Ruko. Oh man. Things are a little difficult over here in Ethanland.
I'll be there soon. Don't worry.
I see you, Boo.
I
See
got
you,
this.
friend.
Next round, it's all over. Don't worry.
Yeah,
I get you, Holmes. Don't get it twisted.
let's go. Abu is a friend, right? That's short for buddy.
Yeah, kinda. Okay.
Let's consider. Okay, let's I'm going to take a step over yonder. This person is not subjected to my exploit vulnerability,
I love to hear that.
but so I'm still going to attack it though. I'm going to use overwhelming. What the fuck do you call it? Where is that? Overwhelming combination for
Okay.
one attack. I'm gonna beat its ass, or attempt to. So here's one with a fighting stick.
Perfect. The sunlight glints off of your eyes. You do need a concealment check.
Oh, that's true. Oh wait, yeah, is this thing just cast a concealment thing earlier, right?
Correct. He's
And
under
it
the
looks
effect of a
mirage-y?
spell. Yep.
Yeah. Right. Instead of doing that, then I would have done something else. I'm gonna piddly action pull out a scroll, which kind of just looks like a kind of little clay bat skull, and he's gonna crush it in his hand with 2 actions, activating a fear level 3
Oh my god.
DC 19. Let me just pull out a thingy for that, so it's just easier for everyone. I think a 3rd rank fear affects 3 targets. Let me see real quick.
Third level fear, 5 creatures,
Oh shit, nice.
all within 30 feet of you.
Yeah. All my enemies within 30 feet of me.
So that'll be 1, 2, 3.
These-
I think it's just these 3.
Yeah. Yeah. The DC's 19.
Amazing. Is this... So AoE is ignored concealment. I don't know if this is an AoE? Okay, 5 seconds to Google. We're learning.
Yeah. I don't think fear is an AoE. I just choose targets.
Right, I feel like because you still
Yeah.
have to target the creatures individually, the concealment still applies for that one.
I don't know because this isn't an attack.
So the baseline rule is that concealment applies to anything that requires you to, like, target a target.
Yeah. Okay.
The only things that ignore it are, like, AoE splash damage stuff. Perfect. Excellent. Cool. So go ahead and give me a flat DC 5 to see if you can hit the Sun Caller. The other 2 will go ahead and make their will saves. You're good. They all 3 need to make their save. Warden. Success. Suncaller. Fail. Angel.
Weird that the sun color fit.
Yeah, kind of weird that he did not succeed there. This will add a +1.
I'm just gonna
Something
post this
22
in
to
chat.
23. Success.
Yeah, I'll post this in chat for people. So the people who failed are still frightened too. Oh, so the people who succeed are still frightened 1.
Excellent. And then Suncaller's frightened too. Perfect. That was 2 actions, I believe. 1 left.
Yeah. Because I'm a medic, I can battle medicine again
Excellent.
once per, I think, day at this level. So I'm just gonna do that myself. I can't super move. I think this guy has an attack of opportunity.
You do your battle medicine, and you do not get an attack of opportunity.
Oh wait, I ran away from it. Yeah, cool. Let me just do that. Damn. I healed 29.
That's so much. Stop it. Excellent. That brings us over to Foster and the ant.
All right. We're going to start with one of these.
Excellent.
Then you hear the wind start to pick up and kind of like an unnatural, almost like rustling of leaves sounds. And I'm going to use Tackle to sustain my giant ant.
Amazing.
Then
As soon
with-
as you sustain it, it gets 2 actions.
Yep. Let's start with a bite on the poisoned guy. Oh my god.
Ooh, 12 is no good.
Let's just try another bite.
Before you do... Oh, he already used his reaction. You're good.
Better roll, but with...
Nice.
There we go. 24 does the trick.
And then he needs to resist a grab. Where's that at?
So monster
Roll
grabbing
Athletics.
works a little different than player grabbing. Essentially, it is another action that you use right after making an attack that has the grab trait. So you'd essentially need to hit with your first action and use your second action to
Oh,
grab
and
it.
then a second action to grab. Okay,
Right.
I
It's
got
not
it.
like 5e where it's like all one part of the attack. But the hit
I
is still a good
understand.
hit, so you can still give me damage for it. That is 10 with the mandibles. There's not more poison on the bite, right?
No, not more poison on the bite.
Perfect, got it.
Alright, so that's reprepare free, cackle free, and then with my 3 actions, I'm going to cast another giant ant!
They don't know how many of us there are. There's so many ants.
the bees, but they're all crawling everywhere.
Oh my
It
god.
appears you have an infestation.
We've been playing for just shy of 69 episodes, and I think we're finally just now for the first time seeing what makes a witch, which is being able to sustain tons of spells at the same time.
Oh, could do that?
Oh my god. That'll give us another giant who immediately gets 2
Delightful.
actions. Here, let me just make a copy of this. And give it health. Alright. Amazing. Perfect.
Let's just keep beating up on the same one, I guess.
Fuck me. That's a crit. Yeah, it sure is. Amazing. For max damage, 26 points of slashing damage. And now, if you want to, you can use your second action.
Yep, now I will try to grab it.
Excellent. So that is going to be your athletics against his fort DC. And importantly, the monster does not suffer mat for this.
She doesn't have like an athletics check. Oh, here it is.
Yeah. Sorry, it's like hidden in the middle. It's kind of weird.
Oh my
Jesus
God.
Christ. That is a success. This guy is he is now poisoned, being torn apart by 2 giant ants, grabbed in one of their mandibles.
That's all 17 of my actions.
Amazing. That brings us
Beautiful.
to the angel. Ruko, many of these combatants saw the help arrive and assumed, like the giant ants, that it was just one of the many surprises that was kind of sprung on them. The angel reacts different. It immediately turns over to your phantasmal protagonist and calls him out by name, you punky, and flies over.
Oh boy.
But they know each other. They
This
were
angel.
roommates.
Remembers.
A wicked grin, just like intensity on this thing's face.
It will use its second action to slam a golden wing into the...
Boy, oh boy.
Wait, does it not act when it's sustained? It's just different.
It does, yeah. It acted immediately when Ruko summoned it, and it'll act more on Ruko's next turn.
No, I mean the angel.
Oh, you're probably right.
Is it not a summon that acts on the same rules that we do?
Yeah, you're almost certainly right. It should be going on that Suncaller's turn. That's my bad. I've already been doing it for 2 rounds.
Okay.
I'm just going to keep
That's
rolling
fair.
with it.
Let's just keep going. We'll pretend God cheated.
Yeah, I'll explain why I was misled when we get to the end of this fight. It's something I hinted at earlier, but I'll explain it after.
Yeah.
Anyway, 25. What is this things I see? 22? Why? Oh, do we have PWL on this? Oh my god.
PWL.
Oh. Oh man, I felt cool.
Okay, hang on. AC is Ruka's spell DC. Sorry, this thing is already set for PWL. Is your spell DC 22?
It should be 19.
Holy shit. Your spell DC is 18. Okay. Okay. Thank Christ. That's much more reasonable.
Spell DC plus something? Or just spell DC?
Just spell DC. So 25
Still not a crit.
is a regular hit, not a crit. Yep. For 20 points of bludgeoning and spirit.
Rude.
This thing has so much health. Why does this have so much health? Why does your summon have 90 hit points? That's more than most of you.
I don't know, man. You helped create it. I was reading this spell.
Oh my god. Okay. Boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's not as much damage as I was hoping it would be. I
20.
should have done things in a different order here. Let's do...
Yeah, that angel is feared, right? I think.
He is feared. He's afeared. He's scared.
I think it goes down by 1 on its turn.
At the end of its turn.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I already got damage on it. We're just going to follow up with a second swing on the hero. With Matt. Missing. That brings us to the end of its turn, and its fear is reduced. It's kind of in an awkward spot. It's essentially flying directly above Ruko right now. That brings us to Cat.
Okay. I'm gonna just try to keep beating up this warden right next to me.
Oh my god, that's a hit.
Big.
22 points of slashing damage. This guy is trapped in the jaws of the ant. And you just begin hacking away.
Yeah, I'm just doing like I'm doing like the fencing thrust,
Hell yeah.
like between the jaws of the ant. Have another. Damn it, cat!
Anthropods of
man.
unusual size. I don't believe they exist.
Incredible. Third action. Hey, there we go.
It's gonna be okay, huh? I'm here for you.
I have my sword again.
18
What?
is almost enough to knock him unconscious, but he is just standing.
Does that have the
It does have
precise
inspired.
strike? Or does it have the courageous hit?
it does-
Is 2 more damage enough to put him down?
It does have already the Courageous Anthem and the Precise
Okay.
Strike in there. I think that is all the damage, unless you have anything.
No.
Alright. That brings
Yeah,
us
that's-
to Brant.
Okay. First action. I want to move through this upper deck by doing some acrobatic stuff and giving me like panache for the bravado stuff. So I'll just roll the acrobatics for it.
In the absence of an enemy, I'll just have you roll this against... Oh, that's plenty. You're good. Yeah, you essentially tumble through nothing and gain panache. You tumble through the like railings there for a DC 12
Yeah,
or something.
really. Hell yeah.
Oh, it'll
Okay,
be a crit then.
Oh wait, does that count as a completely different action from my movement, or is that added with my movement?
Tumble through is a single action that lets you move up to your speed. It's essentially just a fancy move action.
Oh, okay, fair. Sorry. Why can't I move my guy anymore? Why have I movement privilege revoked? I want to move right behind this warden right here.
Got it.
So that I'm flanking it with Ethan.
Perfect. Yes, you got it.
All right. And devise strategy. Second action, devise stratagem to see if I can essentially like hit this guy in a way that helps him bounce off of Ethan in
Love
like
that.
a weird partner attack thing. But yeah,
Go ahead and give me your predicted roll.
yeah,
Predicted attack roll.
just with the weapon that I plan to use it on.
Yep. You basically roll the attack as if you
Yep.
were going to make it.
All right.
Well, you can see in your mind's eye that things are just too shitty aboard this ship. Everybody is kind of like lopsided. Nobody is fighting quite right. And you can see that your attack is going to miss.
All right.
Could do a trip instead.
Yeah, I was thinking like, can I instead try and like fucking throw him down the stairs? I don't know how to mechanically do that.
Yeah, I would let you. So I believe the rule for pushing sideways is like a -2 penalty. I would apply that for pulling as well. If you want to push directly away, it would just be an athletics check. If you want to pull towards yourself, it's an athletics check with a -2.
My athletics isn't actually that great. Fucking. Well, +4. Whatever. I have to use a different weapon now, since the, fucking failed. Okay, I'm just gonna, stunning finisher, knuckle duster him to the back of the head now.
Double checking real quick. Devise a stratagem. Attack. If you strike.
Oh, it's
at
on the
all-
same target.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
strike that creature at all, you have to use your attack roll.
But pushing is not an
It's
action
not a
anymore.
strike. Yeah.
Fuck it, I might as well. Yeah, I'm gonna try and like, pull him down the stairs. Why not?
Look, this is against his fort DC, which, thanks to the fear, is currently DC 15.
Oh,
you're rolling
nice.
with a -2.
With athletics.
Yep.
Inspired courage just cancels it out. I'm assuming.
It'll add +1 back, so you're effectively rolling at -1.
Oh,
damn. Just the dice sometimes.
This fight has been
Yeah.
such a clusterfuck.
I like the idea of throwing someone down some stairs. This
Same.
is something I didn't
I
hero
thought they were
point.
pretty cool.
Are you probably hero pointing? Excellent.
Yeah, I'm gonna hero point this. Why not?
Let's see it.
Oh, I was almost a 14.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck it. That's my turn. It's
That's
over.
the turn. That brings
I
us
still
to.
have panache because of the finisher, right? So I can just put that back up because I didn't actually use that finisher.
Oh yeah, true.
I found such a good way to just circumvent this with the fucking. Yeah, nice.
Okay.
It's gone now. Panache is gone. It's gone from my hotbar. It didn't even get added to myself. Okay.
Boy, oh boy, his buddy is in a pickle. That ant is very low, though. We should try to get rid of that ant. Ant.
There's thousands of them.
There's
Ants?
I have no idea how many more ants are aboard the ship.
Yeah, this man just saw 2 giant ants show up out
You
of
don't
nowhere
know
in the course of
how many
6 seconds
giant- You don't know how many giant ants we've smuggled onto the ship.
while he hears Skeletor laughing beneath deck. Okay. We're gonna use one action to try to slay this ant to the north. $17. For 27 is a critical hit.
Can you do 3 damage?
I think he can do 3 damage. He does 3
Hey.
damage plus another
3?
35 damage.
At least it was on an ant.
Cleaves the ant through. And I think it's at this point that the Suncaller on the upper deck calls out something in Sierra Lil, which all of you speak for some reason. You hear
Because
the Sun...
we're enemies.
Yeah. You hear the Suncaller calling out from the top of the deck, danger close in Sierra Lil. To which the Warden is going to use his second action to step, and his third action to stride.
Danger close. Danger close. What? That's not grammar.
The stuck warden hears the call, understands his current situation, sees that he is fully, like, caught in the jaws of this creature, barely maintaining his own consciousness. Looks to the heavens, briefly closes his eyes in acceptance, uses his first action to swing on Kaz. Just says, Mother's take me. Slam from miss. Huge miss. Flails again with Matt. Oh!
What did the map
Hell
actually
yeah,
do?
we hit. We're good. We got one.
Nimble die.
Son of a bitch, do you actually?
Yep.
Misses.
I am going to let this person die in shame.
I hate it. Third action. Miss again. That's his entire turn. The crew continues doing what they're Suncaller is unconscious. Remind me what knocked him unconscious this time. It was Cat or Branch, right?
Branch, yeah.
Were you non-lethal?
I was non-lethal, yeah.
Got it. He is unconscious. Suffering permanent debilitating brain injuries that will leave him with a stunted speech pattern for the rest of his life.
Hell yeah, the Batman!
But not dead.
Okay, they're saying dumb shit like danger close. They've already
The ward next to Aiden, or not Aiden, Ethan. He's feared. He's a scared. He's flanked.
Mhm.
He sees that you just tried to push him down the stairs. He turns to Branch and tries to kick you down the stairs.
Oh, there.
This is against your fort DC.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was almost a 19. Is it 16? What's your fort DC?
How do I look at that?
It's 10 plus your save, which is exactly 16. He got you.
16. What? Oh,
He got you.
So he shoves him.
Shoves you 5 feet back. Give me a DC 14 reflex save to not fall down the stairs.
Oh, upstairs.
I love stairs.
We love stairs.
We love stairs.
Yes!
Oh my
No!
god. Yes.
You're totally fine.
Critical success.
You're
I can't-
you're too good for that.
This is the last person on this fucking party who should be falling downstairs.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
That
He's still
is-
off guard because he has reach.
Oh, you're right, son
Yeah.
of a bitch. He is going to turn around and with Map going to try to... Actually, you know what? He should do his job. Well, his job starts with swinging. He's going to start by swinging on you, Ethan, with Map.
Fair enough.
Missing. He's going to use his third action to stride. This is going to provoke from Ethan, and unbeknownst
It's
to him,
not-
will
he's
also
not
provoke
my-
from Branch.
Yeah, it'll provoke from Branch, but it won't provoke from me because he's not my exploit vulnerability dude.
Oh, I'd love to hear that. I didn't know that was a requirement for your attack of opportunity.
For my weapon, I need to have them vulnerable to me.
That's great news.
But I get mine.
You do get yours.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Smack him in the ass in the way.
Just whip in the ass like a towel, but with a much more lethal thing. But.
Oh!
23 is good. Give me some
Oh.
damage.
Nice. Damn.
Nothing. Does any? So do I get any flat damage bonuses if I have panache on? Because I don't have panache on. It just disappeared from my toolbar. when I clicked it.
You should. You should be getting another 4 precision damage. And also, you are holding the Sunbird's Onion in your hand, right?
Yeah, and I'm
that'll add an
hoping that
extra-
gives me fire.
It does give just a little bit of extra fire damage there. So you get 4 more from Panache and 1 more from the Onion. You do know that the Onion kind of scales based on how powerful the effect already was.
So 25.
So 25. Yep. Oop, nope, I applied it to you.
No!
Here, I'll heal you back. Here's 20 back.
Thank you.
20 to him, and then another 5 to him. Alright, wonderful. That is all 3 of his actions. Jahari does stuff downstairs. That brings us to the Sun Caller.
Sorry, does stuff downstairs.
Smoking weed in my room.
The Sun Caller continues to reach towards the sky. This time they pull down a mote of flame, and they hurl down the deck, and it erupts in a blossoming fireball, hitting
My God, not you
everything
crazy person.
down here.
The ship is flammable, you crazy person.
I need the ant, Kaz, the protagonist, not Ruko, because Ruko's in a bubble, to give me reflex saving throw.
Does it hit the warden too?
It does hit the ward.
This
The
poor
warden.
fucking guy.
Just
Oh my
forget
God.
the.
Oh,
my
let's
god.
go.
And
Takes no damage.
Son of a bitch.
no, Kaz. I can't believe this fucking guy.
The ant used Kaz as a human shield.
My favorite part about this is that the thing in the ant's mouth failed, but the ant itself succeeded. Critically
just like-
succeeded, no damage.
The ant just turned and held the fucking warden up in front of the fireball.
Let's see, protagonist. What do you got? What are your saves?
Kaz, do we have hero points at this point?
It is just after 10 p.m. You guys have your second round of hero point.
So, Kaz, if
Yeah.
anyone wants.
No.
I'm probably gonna
also-
end up doing.
The ship is flammable, right? It was mentioned earlier how very flammable the ship is.
It is, and you see that as the fire blossom kind of fades, the sails in particular are the big problem right now. The wood obviously is flammable, but that'll be slower. The rope is flammable, but that'll be a little slower, especially because there's salt spray. The sails, however, are pitched, and that means that they immediately catch in a blade. Which could be a very big problem for whoever's in control of this ship when the fight is over. Oops, that's the wrong button. We need to roll damage. Here we go.
Kaz became a critical success.
Kaz takes 0
Didn't
damage.
even need it.
Ant takes 0 damage. Illusion takes the full 20, and the Warden takes the full 20.
Poor bastard.
Fried.
I think it just killed it.
Wispy.
Mother's take me, misses 3 times, gets fireball
Yeah.
by his own.
You do hear that even as this is happening, he is just repeatedly shouting, Mother, take me, until the voices stop.
Well, that doesn't count as us killing him. It's fine.
The Suncaller is going to use a free action to tack some of that fire onto their spear, turn, and strike 8th.
There's cover because he's attacking through an ally.
That's true. Plus
Not
2
that
to your
much
AC.
cover though.
That
hits
just
too.
hits even through the cover.
And through the frightened. What?
Through the frightened and the cover. Through the fire and the flames.
Through the frightened and the flame.
How?
For 11 plus another 6 for 17 total damage. That's all 3 of his actions. That brings us to Ruko. Your hero is hanging in there. He's still over half health. For a single action, you can give him 2 more actions.
I sure can. Just turn him around. How dare you? All right. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're looking at the angel, right?
Yes.
Loading here.
What does that sound?
I'm revving up my gremlin energy. Don't worry.
Okay, good. We need
So I
that.
have to play a real character now that I have a fake character. So this is awesome. Here we go. Oh. Like a real, like a protagonist. Okay.
Right. Ruko, obviously not her.
Yeah,
A hero.
yeah. No, he's got glasses. Look at him. Look at that little nerd. I love him so much. Okie dokie, yeah, so Ruko for his first action, he's going to give a nod, a frantic, eager, go for it, fight the thing, crazy weird illusion, gesture to his illusion. And this thing, remind me his name real quick. I keep forgetting it.
Oh, Yupunki.
Upangi?
Yupunki.
Yupunki.
Named after a mythological Incan war hero.
Glorious.
I say mythological like he wasn't a real person. A real hero from ages past.
A real
You punky,
hero.
me punky, he, she, be punky.
We all punky. Okay. With a sluice of water, he's gonna get both of his sickles down. low to his side. He's gonna crouch down with this wicked-looking grin, like he's excited for this moment. He sees the flying effigy of the sun. This angel, this angelic flaming creature. Oh God. And he'll point to it before he's about to go and do his twirling strikes. It says, "The sun sinks beneath the waves every night. Phoenix, I hope you can swim, flame." He'll go on strike. Doing the double strike.
Hit.
When I click the thingy, it does nothing.
Weird.
Send it twice to the chat. Oh, jeez.
So up above that, there's like a blue strike button under attack. I can grab it if you'd like.
I got it.
Hey, we got it. Nice. 18 is a hit, thanks to the frightened.
Of course.
The second one is a critical miss, but you can still roll damage for the first. 7
Imagine he had
points
to
of
move,
mid.
right?
He was already in position. A little bit of a reach
Okay.
because he's like above you, but he's within
Oh,
reach.
right. Okay, cool.
The angel is able to kind of block the second strike with his gold wing, but the first one slams through, catches onto the like flaming orb body with the watery blade. And you do find that as it crashes through, although it looks like fire, it is a very kind of mortal-ish form. It seems to be mostly just the surface of it that looks like flame. It does take this damage, or at least it thinks it does. 7 points of mental damage.
The sun falls every day, angel. The sea is eternal. Here we go. Okay, I got a few more actions. What do I got?
You do. So that was Ruko's first action. You still have 2 left.
Wow. Cool. I'm gonna do something. Do. I'm not a companion. I'm a PC. Wow. Okay, Ruko. Where's my sheet? God damn it. All right. So, can I inspire anybody? Yes. I always want to inspire courage. Then I have one more. Wait. Can I do something cooler with 2 actions? I wonder. I am so good at this game. Look at the speed at which I play.
For 2 actions, you could theoretically do a bless, which is like just a. Oh wait, that's the same. Sorry, just kidding. Just kidding. Ignore me. I forgot that's not a T4 in the system.
Very well. Let's go. Well, I got this thing right in front of me, and he's also danger. And if we free up this squad, we can go help the dudes up north.
True.
So I'm just gonna go and focus fire on this thingy,
Excellent.
this angel thingy. So let's go at it with a either a special spell or a. I've been kind of relying on the bolt, the phase bolt. So I'll wait. This thing's got a lot of health, doesn't it? Oh, Jesus. Phase bolt. Bucket. It's combat. We're going quick.
Perfect. Excellent.
Nice.
18 is great. 18 is almost a critical hit.
Thing's basically squished against my bubble right now. It's kind of hard to miss.
Yeah, I was gonna say the phase bolt only like phases out for a split second. You essentially just put your hand to the invisible glass, summon the energy, and it channels out the other side. 26 slams in for 13 points of piercing damage. You do see that as your hit lands at about the same time as your protagonist hit, there is now a full crack across the glass-like orb surface of this angel. It can be dispersed, and it looks like it is getting close. That brings us to 8th.
Cringe now.
He sees the sails on fire, and he just like mutters under his breath like shit. His mind is always on the objective, and that requires the ship. How high can he climb?
Great question. Let me see. Do you have a climb speed or anything crazy?
No.
Then it depends on the result of your
I think
athletics.
a DC is like normally 10 or whatever.
Depends on what you're climbing. These, if you're climbing the net, that would be fully untrained. Trained as rigging and rope. I would call this expert level, and I'll check the DC, but I think that's going to be
Master.
either 15 or 20.
Yeah, I'm a master in athletics. I'm going to attempt to climb.
Excellent.
I think that just makes it.
Checking.
With PWL. Doesn't, I will use a hero point.
Expert TC is 16, so yes, that is a regular success.
Oh, shit. How high do I get to go up?
I
think it's 10 feet.
5
5
speed is 40 every maximum 5 feet every 20 feet. What's your normal move speed?
30.
30. You move 5 feet up per action that you spend.
Okay, I'll spend one action. He puts the fucking fighting stick in his mouth, moves up 5 feet, and I think we're angled up here, so I wonder if he can reach the sails.
Oh, absolutely. And to be
yeah.
clear, you didn't even need to climb to do that. You're elevated about 14 feet above the deck of the ship, so you could see these sails for sure.
Right. I just kind of want to reach as much of them as I could.
Perfect.
He's going to, because this is going to be fucking wonky, pull out a scroll as he puts the sword in his mouth. Not the sword, the fucking fighting stick. This is the swap action, basically.
Yep.
That's a piddly action, and he's going to do the Scroll of Sea Surge, which comes out as a conch, and he smacks it against this railing. It disintegrates into black sand, and it becomes a wave of like black water that goes 60 feet, and he's trying to use it to douse all the fire on the ship.
Excellent. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Just enough that as it kind of reaches the end, it does splash over this thing, hit all of the sails that are ablaze.
Like black rains on the fucking thing before like disappearing.
Love that.
Let me just cast the thing for you. It doesn't exactly do that, but I want to post the thing to see if it's adjacent enough.
Yeah, we'll see.
So here's the Sea Surge. I'm expending that scroll, and you can click the little Sea Surge thing up there.
Sniper with
Wow.
Sound of surge water rushing away from you. 60 feet is the direction of your choice. Yeah, extinguishing all magical fires, carrying along them, but got it. Cool. Love it. Yeah. Amazing. You're kind of launching this through the air, so I don't think it's going to hit any of the creatures. But yeah, that is so much more than enough to immediately douse these flames and put out the fire before it spreads and becomes too serious of an issue. You can see that there are like little bits of ember smoldering around the edges, but they will be safe for at least long enough to like resolve the fight and deal with them.
Yeah, and then he just kind of looks down at the sun color and he just shakes his head. That's him. That's one action, 2 actions.
Perfect. Amazing. That brings us to Foster and the ants.
Ants!
There's unfortunately one ant now, which is sad news.
Just one.
I could summon another one, I guess.
What
Good for the meme.
Force, I'll take his place.
Yeah, fuck it. I don't know what's left on this deck. I'm fighting from 2 floors below it.
He's just gonna keep summoning them until someone goes to tell him stop.
To a repair. We'll do a cackle. We'll sustain that one ant and we'll summon another.
Amazing. We have 2 ants again. They each get 2 action.
I guess we'll start with this guy. We'll run over and try to ant this angel.
Amazing.
Does Foster's cackle just sound like Skeletor laughing?
Non-stop laughter from the...
How about some more ants, He-Man?
You're so good at voices.
How about some ants to go with a picnic?
Is Ant stronger than Angel?
So far, no.
So far.
But this guy's a champ!
What a legend! That's a second crit in a row.
That's
This
ant
ant
number
cannot
2.
be stopped. I cannot give up this ant ever.
Ant 2 is the ant version of Thanos.
18 points. I have great news for you about how much health this thing had left.
The ant beats the angel.
This ant climbs up the invisible sphere that Ruko's in, kind of gets a little bit of a boost from his ant friend, wraps his mandibles around the glass sphere that makes up the body of this angel, and just clamps down and clamps and clamps. You start to hear the cracking of glass, like somebody who's walking on thin ice. It reverberates supernaturally across the sea, and then there is, all at once, a crunch. Red light bursts free from this ant's mouth. The golden wings fall to the deck of the ship with a loud thud before beginning to melt away into sunlight and return up to the heavens from whence they came, as the ant defeats the angel.
The ant will let out a T-Rex roar, and then that'll be the end of my turn.
A banner falls from the heavens that says, "When ants ruled the world." That brings us to Kaz.
Amazing. Oh shit.
How was your venture on the surface, my child? And
How do I even follow that?
I need me help up here, please.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rolling more ones, I assume.
Wow.
Wow.
you're only a
I
man.
need you for love and support.
This is how he loves and
If
supports.
you roll a natural one here, it will be the funniest thing that has ever happened.
I will run up here.
Was it 2.5 when Jaeger couldn't kill a crow and it evolved into like a massive crow? Yeah.
It's different. Ruko's a different person.
I run up there, stopping at the top of that staircase there. I'm gonna pull out some cards and whip them at the Sun Caller.
All right, here we go.
Calling
Let's see.
card for the Sun Caller. This is gonna be not a 1.
If you roll a 1, I'm donating $5 to charity.
Can I be charity?
Oh, that's not even funny.
It's not this. Yeah.
Philo hates charity.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's true. Come on, baby, give me a hit. Kaz, please.
Both
Cat.
cards kind of sail
Cat.
wide, boomerang back, kind of zip into the side of the ship. You hear them thunk against wood somewhere below. I believe that's all 3 actions.
Yup.
That'll bring us to Brant.
Fuck it. That is Athen. Can I, acrobatics my way onto this, railing right here, if you can see my
Nice.
mouse, and just fight from there?
Yeah, essentially that will be the balance action. It is acrobatics. You do move along a narrow passageway.
I think I have a feat for balancing, but
Hell yeah,
I'll
rail
look
run.
yeah. Fuck it. I'm just gonna hop onto this railing. For my first action. Why can't I move? What's happening?
I wish I had an answer for you. We'll take a look at some. Do you have the
Is it
little
maybe-
people tool selected?
Yeah,
The little
it's
square?
not working. The little like guy. Yeah, it's not working.
In the square next to the guy?
Do I need to? Oh, that's it. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of the times I want to move, but then I've still got the ruler selected.
Yeah. And try and like devise a stratagem to see how effectively I can like beam this guy in the head with my chain as I'm balancing here. Here we go. The sun color specifically.
Got it.
And if it pops off, then it's gonna be a I forgot the name, but like the finisher I just most recently took.
Right. Gotcha.
It-
So first things first, before you roll your attack, or we'll just keep the reason this misses is because when you look to him, the blur effect, the little bits of sunlight that are glinting off of him, just make it hard to see, and you miss.
Okay. Well, instead, Branch is just gonna change target and try and hit the warden with this chain instead with the same finisher.
Excellent. I think you guys are
I think
technically
the-
flanking.
Technically, yeah. I can kick him.
Yeah.
Kick him.
Yeah.
Oh, that was real close on mine. 20 is a hit.
Okay. With the I'll post the finisher real quick. It's like a better version of stunning finisher.
Oh.
Where is it? No, it is stunning finisher. I fucking lied. Okay, here we go. Yeah,
Nice,
then
nice.
make a fortitude.
That's incapacitation.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I
Go
think they're
give me
lower
some-
level than us.
They are lower level, so there is no effect from the incapacitation thing.
Okay, so
Go ahead and give me some damage, and he will make a fort save.
yep. Branch goes to attaches wraps the fucking thing around his leg, and it misses the serial and more collar, only to fucking beam this one in the head.
12 goes to 13 because the onion.
Yeah.
And
Oh
then
yeah.
Fort save.
Precise damage too.
Yeah, roll your finisher damage. That is a full failure. He is stunned 1. He will lose an action on his turn.
How much is for that again?
D6, I think.
Great question.
2d6. Let's ask Kaz. You're the same level, and you're both sword buttons. What's the finisher damage
Mine's
at this
3d6.
level? Yeah,
36?
3d6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm glad one of us is keeping
Pay attention to the class.
track.
Hey.
Hey.
Perfect.
Oh.
Another 12. Excellent. Yeah, you clock this guy against the back of his head, and you can hear his helmet ringing, and his eyes both kind of drift in different directions. He is partially
Wait.
stunned.
Hang on.
Oh.
It's 46 now. We're level 9, right?
Yeah, you
One
get
die!
the-
One extra d6.
Give me another d6.
What? Yeah.
Beat that ad.
2!
Extra 2 damage.
2!
Hell yeah. All right, excellent. Anything else? Yeah, that was all 3 actions. Got it.
Yeah, that was all 3.
That brings us to the lower warden.
Loading.
Oh, also.
And waffle sound good.
You're a battle dancer, right, Branch?
Yeah, to be your beast.
I'm still. I didn't know if it.
Oh,
Okay,
hi.
what? Yeah, what?
You're a battle dancer?
I can step for free after my
Yeah.
action, but I didn't want to do that because I still want to be flanking with Ethan.
Oh, good call. I just
Yeah.
thought I'd remind you.
But thank you. Now they can chicken and waffles later. Well, I'll be back.
I'm jealous.
That does sound really good.
I want some cheeky waffles.
This warden sees Branch balancing precariously next to his wardens.
You yank him down.
Sword. He is gonna just try swinging first. He is flat-footed because he is balanced. This is
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't need it. That's a natural 20 for a critical hit.
Oh my god, this is terrible while he's away.
I love waiting for people to step away so I can murder their characters. 28 points of slashing. I don't think he can do shit about that. Second
Nah.
action. Now we're going to use an athletics to try to push off. This has a -2 because he's trying to shove sideways, but it is a +2 because of flat-foot.
There's also map.
True, there's also map, so -4 off of this roll. 11 is not good enough. Final action, he's just going to try to swing again with lots of map.
-10.
Nope, he's just going to roll another natural.
Oh my
20 for
god,
Another critical
Feg!
hit.
He stepped away for cheeky waffles, and this is what you do to him?
It sure is. That is 30 more points of slashing damage.
Dealt
Jesus.
58 damage to him, or whatever.
I'm going to chase the rabbit and see if I would have got another natural 20 if I had used my middle action on that. No, I would not have. I made
Oh.
the right decision, objectively. That's how luck works.
You dealt. He's gonna come back and see he's missing 58 health.
Alright, excellent. That brings us to Captain Crew. Top of the round, unconscious Suncaller. Oh, he never got to summon his.
He didn't get to call the sun.
He didn't get to call the sun. Mom, come pick me up. This brings us to the stunned warden, who immediately loses their first action on account of the stun.
We love to see it.
Love to see it. Love to see it. It seems crazy to not try to push Branch off.
Wait, he critical failed that, didn't he?
No, it's just regular fail.
Oh, okay.
But if he pushes Branch off, then he can't hit Branch. But Ethan's also off guard while he's climbing.
Yeah, climbing. So up
Yeah.
there as well.
I think we're going to use our first action to shove Branch off.
Don't be a
of this.
bully.
He was just attacked critically twice.
Yeah, man. Let's go. This has a +2.
Is that another crit?
It sure is another natural 20.
my
Thankfully,
God.
that was not an attack roll. The bonus for a critical on a shove is just that you get pushed farther away.
Twice. Oh my god, you shove him. Well, here's the thing, there's a fall.
Right, it's a fall anyway.
So-
It doesn't really change much. He's essentially pushed back 10 feet and
How
falls
far-
down about 9 feet.
Okay,
So
so
lands
that's not...
here, prone. It takes a little bit of damage.
Would he take damage?
I think so. I gotta double check. I'm pretty sure you
Let's
do.
check.
I think it's anything
Let's
over
check.
5.
I think so, yeah.
PF2, fall damage. Falling. When you fall more than 5 feet, you take bludgeoning damage equal to half the distance that you fell. Rounded down, 4 points of bludgeoning.
Okay. So just on the ground.
I'd love to
laying
double
on
that
his
because
back.
it was a crit, but I won't do second action, going to turn around and swing on Nathan. You are flat-footed because you are climbing.
He's got map, thankfully.
He does have map, and he does not have an agile weapon. Kind of shitty.
Oh!
That is a miss. Third action, map 10.
No, he's stunned. Shut up.
Oh, you're right, he's stunned. He's totally stunned. You're absolutely correct.
Even if critically missed, I wouldn't have done anything about it, but...
Perfect. That brings us to the Suncaller. Suncaller sure would love to call the sun.
Hey, welcome back, Branch. You were crit twice and then crit shoved off. And you're currently...
That's what I get for leaving.
You're currently
Yeah.
on your back.
I rolled against you
You're
4
currently
times,
on
and
your
3
back.
of them were natural 20s.
Yeah, I've kept up.
Oh yeah, that's nice. And your cheeks easily get up.
Sure.
Hydro leaves. Cedric because a branch is laying on his back on the ground, 10 feet away from where he was.
Fucking covered in blood.
Plan was to go over there and heal you, but then you got shoved off. How dare this guy?
I think I have a feat that might help. I literally have like a balancing feat or something.
Don't know if it would have helped with
Nah,
this
probably not.
crazy shove.
No, it's okay. You just go ahead.
Okay.
Straight.
Okay. We have
Oh, the
these,
sun color.
we have these big old spells. I feel like we should use them.
That's what my remaining scrolls do.
Yeah, we sure are. The Suncaller is going to point his staff down through the railing towards Branch and Kaz. And this time, it's not the sun that he calls upon. He seems to just do some good old-fashioned classic arcane spell casting. Probably something that he picked up at the academy. And you see bright, sparking bits of blue begin to form at the tip of the staff, and then bolt out in a lightning bolt. I need reflex saves from both Kaz and Branch. There's a crack and a peal of thunder, a scorch mark across the surface
Damn.
of the deck that rapidly branches out, forming the, what are they called, Lichtenberg patterns?
Yeah.
Kaz takes no damage. Branch fails and takes some damage.
Poor
Some.
fucking Brand.
Leave
him alone.
What the fuck, dude?
It's okay, I'm going to roll
Oh, okay.
super low damage on all of those dice. 19 points of electricity damage. Oh, it's still up.
Still up.
He will use a free action to harness a little bit of that energy.
Reach the heavens.
I think it's appropriate that he adds electricity damage instead of fire damage to his attack for this. As some of the sparking magic lingers on the tip of the sphere, he then is going to swing it towards a... off guard. Let's go. No map. Spells are OP. No! Son of a bit. The bar just
Kind of shimmies
completely
behind.
Yeah.
Shimmies behind the pole.
rattles off of the thick mast of the ship. That is all 3 actions, and that is a miss. That brings us to Ruko and the hero.
Already?
Already.
Go help.
Just kidding. I fell asleep, died, and came back again. I'm Jesus. All right.
Go back.
Just kidding.
Nobody makes fun of
Boy,
him.
we're in danger still.
He can just fall
Especially
asleep
Ethan.
whenever he
He's
wants.
just
Nobody
getting
gives a
gang banged up there. All right, we're free. So I'm stuck.
You're stuck. Yeah.
So
The
go.
wall took some fire damage at least.
Oh, that is true. I'll check and see what the health is on that thing.
Yeah, it has hardness too, so I don't know how much of it took.
Is it like a scrumpled egg gonna just like burst out of this thing? Like a
Uh,
facehugger?
Let me take a look real quick. I'll figure out how much this is taken so you can get a sense for like how close it is. Hardness 10, 40 hit points.
Yeah,
Is the person who cast it dead?
It is not like a concentration thing. It continues even afterwards. Scrolling up, fireball. Blah, 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 blah. Found it.
Man, undersea exploration would be quite advanced with spells like this.
True. You do see that when the fireball went off, it did put kind of a crack down the magical surface of this thing. It looks like it did about a quarter of the damage it would take to destroy this thing. You're able to kind of intuit meta that it has about 30 hit points left, and it's very hard. You need to do at least like it reduces all incoming damage by 10.
Ruko reflexively like goes and he pushes a hand against it, and then he scrumples against the wall, and then he's like, okay, no. All right, action time. He'll tell his protagonist to fly, and he takes that request as in vault over the little bubble and just keep running.
Hell yeah.
Just movement. He's not. Yeah.
Perfect.
He moves cool, I guess.
Absolutely. This is the image of a famous sailor. He is very adept at moving on a he does some cool
yeah.
rip swing. First action
He
gets
says,
him
fuck
here.
swears, or he says fuck stairs. He does a little swing on the rope. He hops on the ledge of the railing, and he runs up there with both of his scimitars out, and he's ready to go and start slashing.
Hell
I
yeah.
do love the idea of him saying "fuck swears."
Fuck
though.
swears. Watch your fucking mouth.
Let's go, kill this one. All right, double
kill-
strike. Hey, I don't know what just happened. I clicked it. Oh wait, here we go.
So importantly, you sustained it, and he had to use both his actions to run up there. So he's used both of his
see.
actions. Yeah.
With his eyes, he does this level of strike.
That's a shame, though. That's a huge hit.
Sure is. I wish I could just use this arrow to do something useful. Alright. Well, I accidentally used all my luck, so I guess that's how that works.
That is how that works, for sure.
30 feet. 30 feet. How far is 30 feet? God damn it! Alright, 30 feet is too far, most likely.
Yeah, 30
We'll
feet
see.
gets, like, just up to Branch and Kaz.
Yikes. But I can always, inspire people, I guess.
Yeah.
60-foot emanation.
Love
Unless
your
I've got a spell
inspiring
that does
words.
damage for more than 60 feet. So, let's go double check real quick. 30
Inner Radiant Sword
Liberate.
has a range of 60 feet. It could potentially hit two of them.
Sure do.
You could fire it this way.
I think we're gonna do that, actually.
I'm
it's the
trying to
one
see-
you can charge, right?
It is the one you can charge if you have all 3 actions to spend on it, but you've only got 2
Right.
action. But you can fire it as a 2 action, and it will hit. It does a little bit of force damage. I see that it does... Oh, right. Radiant damage isn't really a thing in this system. This is a laser beam. It's light. It can go through the glass. That's fine.
Okay. Sure hope. Let's see. Radiance Torrent. I focus. I'm gonna try to laser beam them. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Going on this guy and this guy. If I can hit them both.
So it's a line coming up from you, so you could hit these 2 for sure.
Those two.
I don't know if you could hit
Okay.
these 2 because they're like side by side from your perspective.
You know what? Actually, I think I'm just gonna focus fire on this closest dude.
Love
Because
it.
he's
Love
the most visible, and I feel like I just want to hurt one person in particular a lot.
Excellent.
let's
Roll me some damage.
Dun, da, da, da.
It should be that very top button down at the bottom.
Yep.
Here we go. He critically fails,
Oh,
takes
boy.
double damage. Roll me some damage.
Boy. Okie dokie, let's go do that critical. Get him with a critical. Why is it acid? No, it's force. Really? There's no way to critical this. It's weird.
No, he'll just take double the
I'll
damage.
just roll. I'll take double. Yeah,
Gotcha. Why are my dice different? What the?
they are different. Oh, I think it's because force damage is purple. He takes the full 12 for double damage. And double checking to see if the sphere is resistant against all damage or just physical damage real quick.
Hardness.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, hardness I think is just physical damage, right? I don't
Not
honestly
sure.
know. PF2, heart. Today we learned.
What is game?
I couldn't find it in 20 seconds. I don't want to hold the game. I'm going to say the force damage does full damage here. I might change that ruling once I learn. So you do see that the bubble continues to crack as it takes some of this damage as well. It is down to 24 hit points.
Oh boy, oh boy.
That, I think,
Okay.
is all 3
I think
actions.
that's all.
Brings us to Ethan.
Okay, one action, just gonna hop down here like and then I'm going to exploit vulnerability of the Serial Warden.
Hate it. Thanks.
Attempt to. Here is an esoteric law.
That is a regular success.
Nice. And then I'm going to overwhelming combo him. Let's see. So here's the first one. I can't remember. Did we get a? No, we got. He used Inner Rage's Torrent.
Correct.
Instead of like
Fire
a-
Courage this time, yeah.
Yeah, this chicken. Okay. Here is a fighting stick attack.
That's a critical hit. Jesus.
So it's this plus 7.
Ow. 43 points of damage. That is just shy of enough to knock him out.
And because part of the overwhelming, I have this thing. My fucking mouth doesn't work with me today.
I know that feeling.
Where the fuck? I can't seem to see the thingy in my archetype. Oh, here it is. I have Crushing Heaven, or Cutting Heaven, Crushing Earth. So when I use the overwhelming combination, if I hit with the weapon, he's off guard to my unarmed, and if I hit with unarmed, he's off guard to my weapon.
Hell yeah. Love that.
So he'd be off guard to this. Please apply that for now. So I punch him.
Got it.
He does not take the weakness because these both count as one attack.
Right, correct. Combine for that.
Let me check this is the correct one though. Yeah, this is the correct one. Now,
Oh, that's so fortunate.
fuck it, I'm gonna reroll it with a hero point.
He looks like he's barely holding on. You just got a hit. That is enough. You catch him wobbling. His eyes are starting to drift. He's still a little stunned from Branch's last attack. You smack him for 16, and he drops. I assume that's not lethal.
Yeah, they're both non-lethal.
Perfect. Excellent. Yeah, you clock him. He drops. There's a little bit of a thud as his helmet hits the deck.
All 3 actions, I believe. I moved down, exploited, and then I did the one action to do 2 attacks.
Perfect. That brings us to Foster.
Alright, I will sustain my ants. I don't think I can see anything else.
Perfect.
Sustain.
This topmost ant with 40 feet of movement should be able to get up onto this guy if I did my math right.
34. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and then second, he will just do... this guy's not poisoned. Let's try a stinger attack on this guy.
Let's see, 19 is exactly a hit.
And then
These hands are doing work.
Yeah, they're getting work done.
DC 16 Fortitude save.
He succeed. Does not suffer the poison effects, but he does take the baseline damage.
Amazing.
Uh, 10 points of piercing. As you're able
Max
to kind of,
damage.
like drag him down towards the stairs a little bit. His knee buckled.
And then my other ant is gonna have to use 2 strides to get anywhere. So they will crawl up behind the first ant and then climb over the edge here, and then just skitter along the side of the ship to get up next to him.
I hate that so much. Oh god. I hadn't even thought about giant wall climbing ants. That's the worst. Don't like that at all.
Did you think they could just stay on the ground?
No, I hadn't. I just hadn't thought at all about it, and now I have, and I don't. I wish that I could unthink these
This
thoughts.
is the kind of shit you put us through every week at DM.
True.
Like honestly, by comparison to some of the stuff we've seen already in this campaign, these giant ants are kind of cute.
True. The ticks in
Look at
Crosswinds
the tokens.
are the worst thing that I've ever done to you guys.
Yeah.
Ever. That was the
The
worst.
swarm of flying ticks.
Yeah, the ticks that like mind controlled you so you couldn't see them. Yeah, that was the worst.
That's worse.
I have not
That's
forgiven
worse.
myself for that.
You
I don't
can't
remember
see
that.
them.
That was Crosswinds. It was one of my earlier campaigns.
That was before I was born.
It was before you were born. It was before your time. You were a wee babe. You were nothing but a sparkle in your mother's eye. Kaz, your turn.
Load brewing in your father's nutsack.
Gross.
Foamy.
You know, foamy. Don't say foamy.
I was taking a drink. Don't do that. Oh no.
Foamy.
I'm gonna run up. You let us do the thing where we kind of like break up our movement.
Yeah,
right?
we house rules. So you can break it up like 5e.
Okay, I've got panache, so I can move like fucking 50 feet a turn right now. I'm gonna run right here. I think I actually kind of have to stop and like do a little half step onto this railing or the space right next to it to be within 10 feet. I want to make a strike at the Suncaller. He's been using his like staff. I know he's like kind of channeling some like elemental energy into it to like do melee stuff. Is it like a casting focus for him too? Do I get that impression?
It certainly seems like he is using it for all of his spellcasting, yeah.
Cool. This is going to be a strike with my Scorpion Whip. It has the disarm property.
I sure do wish you wouldn't.
So I don't know if I need to make the strike first or if it's like just the athletic check to disarm.
Essentially, if something has the disarm trait, it means you can use your weapon to perform a disarm action. It's not like part of the attack. It's you do a disarm and you can use your weapon to do it. And the big
Okay, yeah,
advantage is that it gets all of your like rune effects and your +2s and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if it was like an attack or if I just go for the athletics.
Yeah, you
so
just
see.
go for the athletic. This is
I
against
don't
the
have
reflex
runes.
DC.
Yeah, I don't have any runes or anything on this, but I will go ahead and try to disarm.
Perfect. So importantly, he is still glinting. He has the blur effect. So the first thing you need to do is a flat DC 5 check to see if you hit him.
Just like roll d20 for that.
Yep, just a flat D20. You need a 5 or higher.
Kaz,
believe
I
in
need you
you.
to look at me. I need you to look at me, Kaz.
You can do this, Kasabian.
Kaz.
He doesn't say it out loud. Say your name.
Wouldn't dream of it. You'll jinx it.
Kaz
But-
looks at himself in the mirror and he says, "You got this."
Where did his clothes go? Oh
My God.
Yeah, the
You
sun
did.
glints off of this man as you approach, but you lock in and you are able to at least see him well enough to make the attack. Now you do still need to make your athletic
Oh
check
my god.
against his reflex DC. The reflex DC that you're looking for is 14. You got it by one.
Fucking beautiful.
On a regular
Did you take
success.
your clothes off to do this?
You have a naked fighting thing, if I remember, don't you?
No, I don't.
You're fucking-
I mostly just did it because I forgot what the naked sprite.
Yeah.
I thought it was like I thought he had like his hands on his hips. I wanted him to make it look like he was looking at me. But because I've said before that he wears his scorpion whip around his waist as a belt, not like probably actually functioning as his belt. But I love the idea of him pulling it off to use it as whip, and his pants fall down every time.
I think we made that joke before, where
Yeah.
Bryce
Based
took
on-
Kaz's belt as a weapon.
Based on the roles that he's had to go through in this fight, It feels like he took his clothes off, like when you're trying to concentrate on shitting, and you have to take all your clothes off.
I ran up the stairs from the John mid when I heard the call, I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta go. You don't understand how personally this speaks to me out of character. It's
You
just
need
like
to take your whole clothes off.
the panic of either like having to do something and you're already shitting, or like you're already late for something, but as you're getting to the door, you're like, oh god, come on, no, and then you have to go back to the toilet, and then you're 20 minutes late for work.
The image.
5PS is really fun, you guys.
The image of like taking your shirt off to go to the bathroom.
Listen,
is so crazy.
have you never taken your shirt
No,
off?
no,
to
no.
take a
I've
shit?
been there. It's crazy, but in a deeply relatable way. We've all been
Oh,
there.
this is disgusting.
This was a
I'm sorry,
regular.
Twitch, but this is real.
This was a regular success. A regular success. So disarming works differently than in 5e. These are the same rules that the other thing used against you, and the same rules that we used against Jane in the last session over there. On a regular success, you essentially are both like grappling the item back and forth. You've not fully pulled it out of their hands, but they have a -2 to anything using that item, and you have a +2 to future attempts to continue disarming. On a critical success, you fully pull it all the way out of their hand. So if you want, you can make another check with your +2. Or if you want, you can just keep it grabbed and use your third action for something else.
Let me check something.
He's checking something.
I believe in you.
Okay, I thought weapon specialization had something to do with like the effects of those kind of properties, but it's just more damage.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Can't see anything. My eyes are so watery from laughing.
Oh. That's like me every time I play D&D with you guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a real bitch here. Since I have it grappled with my whip, if I were to continue moving, just like as the action I've already spent, would that add to like if I were to move out of the reach of that, would that just break the disarm attempt I have on him, or would it give me some sort of advantage to like try to pull it away from him?
So you essentially want to keep your whip wrapped around it and like pull like a leash?
Yeah, like I stopped right here, I grabbed it with the whip, and I've still got like 30 feet of movement. I just kind of want to like leap over Ethan and like kind of just try to yank it out of his hand with the momentum of the movement I'm already doing.
How do I feel? Do I let leftover
nice.
movement add? I'm going to allow this one time because you have rolled 3 natural ones in a row. I don't know if I want to commit to making this a regular thing, but I'll allow it as kind of a pity thing in this moment.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So essentially, if you use your movement and your third action to make another disarm, I'll add like an extra +1 on top of the +2.
A third action. Okay, instead of having to use a third action for it, since I've got it kind of grabbed with the whip, if I just like, if I were to just like kind of run, I can't do the ruler and push to talk at the same time. If I were to just kind of like run northeastish there around like that mast, and then like over to him to kind of like wrap the belt or the whip around that way, and also kind of just like yank his arm over to the right side, or his left side, as I'm approaching from the right. Would that do anything?
At the very least, it would kind of like tether him to this spot. He wouldn't be able to run away without letting go of his weapon.
Cool.
And he'll continue to still have
that.
the -2 penalty to everything while he's holding the staff.
Then yeah, I'll tie it around his staff and just kind of wheel around real quick, still holding the whip in my left hand, and get right up in his face as his arm is kind of wrenched the other way, and go for a Devil's Iron Strike. And I'm going to make this a finisher.
Hell yeah, love it, love it, love it.
We're going to go for a stunning finisher. And I'm not going to roll a nat 1, guys. Check this out.
Uh-huh.
Is there map for the athletics check, or is that
there is?
not,
Yeah,
it was not an attack?
it is. Yeah,
It is map.
It is map. Yep.
Okay.
There's also the flat check.
True, he is still stunning, so I do still need a flat DC 5
I need to. Okay, every time I had
every
strike.
time. Yeah,
Okay.
until that blur is dispelled or something happens to it.
I don't know what the fuck there is.
You're good.
Oh, okay.
I see him this time. I see him. Come on, Kaz.
Nah.
Oh my god, cat.
You still
hero
got
point?
the half
Oh,
the
God.
precise damage. Or
No, he didn't do a confident finisher. He did a stunning finisher.
damn.
All right. You still have the staff kind of wrenched around in your whip. He is tethered to this pole. He is not going anywhere. And also, this guy's badly positioned. He's not able to do his reactive strike on you. I think that is all 3 actions.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. We didn't get another hero point yet, did we?
You should have your second round. Yeah.
I think I already spent it.
I think you already spent your second one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That brings us to Branch. Branch, you got pushed back. You are prone on the ground.
All because I went to go get chicken and
All
waffles.
because you got chicken and waffles, and I was very jealous.
Very jealous. First action, kip up. But do a flare while doing it. That gives me panache. I'll roll acrobatics for that. Where's that? Okay, here.
I'm into it. 27 feels high enough.
Okay, yeah.
I was going to
Because
say, Kip Up is a free action. I don't think you can normally get panache off of free actions, but on a crit success, I think that's legit.
All right, sure.
He's also a battle. His kip up is like a super cool
Yeah.
kick.
Hell yeah.
A Brad Hawking capoeira kip flip. I think we also ruled it that like if I did like a bravado thing but rolled acrobatics and I failed, the risk is that like the thing just doesn't happen.
Correct.
Like at all. Yeah. Okay. And if there's one thing we know about Branch, it's that he doesn't fucking learn. So I'm going to move back onto this railing so that I'm flanking, I think, this guy with Kaz and this guy with the ants.
Correct, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, okay.
This will need another acrobatics because you're balancing again. You've already got your panache. You just got to do it to do it.
Okay.
That is high enough. You're good.
Okay, awesome. That's 2 actions. I keep fucking forgetting the properties of devise a stratagem, but can I devise a stratagem that is a finisher?
Yeah, absolutely. You can devise a stratagem any strike.
Okay, so I'm going to devise a stratagem to get the to stunning finisher this guy. See if I can like find an angle to hit his fucking crown on his head so hard that it like wrenches around his neck or something.
Perfect.
But yeah, just hit it with the chain. Where the fuck is where does it go? Oh wait, there it is. Okay.
So you can see in your mind's eye that will probably hit. There isn't a rule on this, but I'm also going to have you roll against the concealment now, so you know ahead of time whether you would get through the concealment. So go ahead and give me your 5d20.
Okay. D20.
Okay. Yeah. You were able to devise a stratagem. You could see that this will hit.
All right. He goes through with it. Just roll damage.
Yep. Roll damage.
Okay. I don't have panache on me. Or.
Let's see. Let's do that so we get this all built in automatically.
Yeah. That makes it more convenient.
Okay.
It just disappeared from my toolbar when I clicked it earlier. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yay.
I love her sitting in the bubble.
New token time. And there's the strike.
We'll get you out of there eventually.
Yeah, confident finisher for the damage. I don't know. It should be added here, right? Yeah. Okay. Yay! Dice!
So many dice. God damn. That is 36 points, some of which is 5.
37.
37 points, correct.
Yay.
Here's that, and then one more from the onion. And then let's see, you also learned some stuff because of your devise a stratagem thing, right?
Yeah.
How does that work? Post that.
But let me post it again. And you get to decide which one I learned. Feats.
I found it.
I fucking hate that there's features and feats. It's
right. Let's see. You learn strengths and weakness. One of the following with weakness highest, resistance highest, saves lowest, immunity the enemy has. There's not really anything super interesting here. I'm just going to give you that his lowest save is reflex.
Gotcha. Okay.
You can tell that this guy does not do a lot of acrobatics training.
And that is his issue. That is a fool's errand. Anyway, that's my turn.
Perfect. As a reaction to you hitting him, the warden finally gets to do his reaction.
Huh?
And is going to make a warding strike against you with the sword. Which is a critical hit.
Leave Brand alone.
he keeps standing. He keeps standing on the beam.
I keep standing on the beam.
He learned his lesson the first. Oh my god.
True to his word, Branch doesn't learn. He comes back up here, balances on the beam, and gets crit a fourth time for 34 points of damage.
Oh my god, is he still up?
That's the end of this no going down run.
Give me a coin flip. On a 1, you go left. On the 2, you fall and go right.
Where's the D2 in this little selection?
Just slash RD2 like this. Oh, except not stupid. Don't fuck it up like I did.
What?
There you go, like that. Type that.
Yeah.
Except without the quote.
2.
Brand.
Oh my god, he fails one.
He cleaves at you with this giant sword. You feel the wind knocked out of you. You feel the cold trickle of blood coming down your side. And you feel yourself carried by the blood, falling off this way. You land with.
Hey, what happens to the onion?
Falls with you, rolls out. Give me another luck check. You're looking for a DC 11. Just a flat D20. You're looking for an 11 or higher. The onion rolls out of the asbestos cloth and begins to smolder. Thankfully, it hasn't touched anything that is pitched yet, but, still on a wooden surface. You don't want to leave it there for super long. Because you went down to a critical hit, you are on 2 death fail.
Ooh.
You are
Oh my god.
dying 2.
Did he take damage to when he hit the ground? Because he would be dying 3.
Let me double check.
It's a shortfall. I'm sure he's fine.
He took damage from the 9-foot fall earlier. That's what I would say. If I recall, he took 4 damage.
Recovery check. Take damage while dying.
I need to go down there and help him real quick. Be right back.
Because you fell down and took fall damage, that bumped you up to dying 3. You are 1 step away from death right now.
Oh my god!
That's wonderful.
Oh my god!
Gotta get my chicken and waffles.
Because that's not bad enough. Because he critically succeeded on the defending strike, he blocks 16 points of the damage that you dealt.
Damn.
Oh!
Branch's final words as he falls to the ground dead.
Damn.
Damn.
Shit. I don't know if Ruko can do anything about this. I don't know if Ruko has any ranged healing spell.
Alright.
Dead.
He's not dead, but he is damn close. He just took a nasty hit to the side. That brings us to the warden's turn, who has to deal with all these ants. Ants!
Ant.
You know what? We're gonna... Oh, well, we can't step because the ants attack his mage friend. These ants have so much health. Things are so bad right now, guys.
These ants are God, Branch is dying 3, holy shit.
Boy. Yeah, he's gonna target the northernmost ant, the one that's climbing up over the edge, and just try to stab it. That dice took a journey on my screen. That is a regular hit for 17. Follow up with map. Another hit for another 14. One more with map 3.
He's down. First ant is down.
Excellent. Swinging over to the second one then. 11 is a miss.
Not the ant.
Goodbye, ant.
Won't somebody please
I don't
save the
think I can
ant?
affect their healths individually, but yeah.
Thank you for your service, ant.
Thank you, Ant.
The best news is that was not the crit ant.
It's true. The
Crit
crit
ant's
ant
still
is
running.
alive. I hear it.
Ant is still here. Amy is in her room.
Right. Right.
Just to
Interesting.
heal the terrorist.
Mission for the
Interesting.
terrorist?
Interesting.
Have a little heart. Will it help sway her if I yell, "No, he was 3 days away from retirement"?
No. We already spent a lot of time trying to persuade her. I don't think that she is in a position where she wants to come out here and try to save a terrorist.
I think she keeps what she's doing. It makes
Yeah,
sense.
That makes sense.
She's essentially barricaded behind the door, just waiting to see what happens. That brings us to the Sun Caller.
So I think because of the rules for disarm, needs to use an action to remove the -2.
Right. So he's going to have a -2 to everything unless he spends an action to undo the disarm. It's essentially kind of the same as knocking him prone. It's just a -2 until he spends an action to get up. Boy, oh boy, oh
Whip
boy,
is
oh
still
boy.
around it.
The whip
Gaz
is
is
still
right
around
there.
it. He's tethered. Is he willing to take a -2, or does he want to try to break free, which will trigger? I don't know if he knows that that will trigger.
I just have a mechanical question before you make that decision. Does he
Yeah.
just get to break it for free as an action, like it's not a contested check?
Correct. Yeah.
Why is disarm so shit?
Yeah, it's about the same as prone. It's essentially a -2 where they have to spend an action to undo it. I think
But it doesn't even fucking disarm.
Right.
Right,
It
so
only
what's
disarms
the
the
point?
terrorists
If you create disarms,
right.
It shouldn't be called disarm. It should be called mild nuisance.
Why do you
Attempted
that's a
disarm.
branch?
I mean, it can disarm if you critically succeed. They just didn't want a 5e situation where you can disarm and shove essentially for free that automatically succeeds and instantly put something out of a fight.
Right, but it's the only ability that doesn't do what you're trying to do unless you critically succeed.
Anyway, he is going to cast with the -2 penalty. We are going to do.
Is that a manipulate action?
It will be.
What a shame.
Yeah. You see that he begins to cast with the staff still caught in your whip. It is a manipulate action. It does trigger an opportunity attack.
Yeah, with the hand not on the whip holding him. Oh, that was almost a 20 on my screen.
that's a crit though.
That
Oh, it is a crit.
critical
I still
success.
had, I think,
So-
okay, I didn't roll damage yet. I still had finisher selected, so that's not
Yeah.
true.
And if it's a manipulate, it cancels it.
It sure does. Sorry about your spell, buddy. Sorry. Oops. Oops,
Yep.
sorry.
And, yeah.
Feels bad, doesn't it?
You see he is gathering the energy for another fireball. And you are able to essentially just yank the chain, crit him for 24 points, interrupt the spell.
Stop? Potentially? DC 15? 14?
No, that wasn't the stunning strike.
Oh, that's not. Okay.
I
Oh, no,
had
I
that-
think. No, that's critical specialization, not the stunning strike. I think. Is it not? Oh, no, this is stunning finisher. I thought, yeah, the crit.
Yeah, his crit
Right.
specialization is that he's off guard.
Right, right. Oh,
Um,
okay. That's no guard. Nice.
Boy, that is a pain. I think with that, he is just going to use his third action to wrestle the staff back into his hand, kind of shake it free of the grapple. But that is his whole turn. That brings us to Rico.
Oh
Save me, hamster bubble, Ruko.
question about this weird hex grid we got going on. I squished myself real close to the edge. Let me reach my hand. Is his face or body or anything in this little 30
So
foot
close.
range?
Oh boy.
Mm.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I think that even if I was generous and pushed him like another 5 feet out, Pythagoras would mean that he's still at least like 31, 32 feet away. Boy.
It's okay. I got him.
Yeah, I think he is just outside of your reach, if 30 feet is your range.
I can't cast anything through the phantasmal guy, right? He's got no something. I don't know. Let's see what-
Yeah, I don't think you can like use him as a familiar to deliver spells for you or anything.
Okay. Ba-ba-ba-da. Da-da-da-da. Well, He's dead. No, not really. He's
Let me just preemptively get the token out. There we go.
no.
His dead token is very funny.
Can't even see what it's gonna.
It's just the cloth has covered his head and everything.
By the way, disarm. That's why they stole Branch's arms, because disarm doesn't work.
Yeah, they
disarmed
took
him.
the
They
disarm
straight up
action.
Disarmed him.
Fucking got him.
Got him.
And he still kills people. Alright, so from a bubble, I'm gonna flail against it. We're not paying attention to Ruko. We're looking at the phantasmal protagonist. We're gonna go and, okay. He's gonna vault over the railing and start a wailing on this stupid flame.
It is worth mentioning, this critter, this protagonist, is under your control. It can coordinate with you. It can work with you. It could help you if you wanted it to help you.
Oh, excellent. He's gonna vault down to the next floor here. Bloom. And give a very a seemingly inconsiderate shunt with his leg and like start rolling this lizard. Gotta push him at least
5 feet closer.
5 feet. Roll him closer to the edge here.
Absolutely. He can essentially use one action to move and one action to like do a medic carry roll kick thing to push him into your range.
Yeah.
That takes one of your actions to sustain. You still have 2 actions left.
All right, and then for the protagonist, does he have anything left? He's got 2 actions per turn. Oh, yeah, it's 1 action to vault and then 1 to move.
Yeah, 1 to move and 1 to kind of like do the medic carry.
Alrighty. I'm going to cast Bone Magic.
Interesting.
Yes, I'm going to do that. And it's called Stabilize. if that's even worth it. Ooh, who knows? I'm
Ragdoll my
gonna
corpse.
save his life. Does it help at all?
Thankfully, this does exactly what it says on the 10. No surprises here. It just immediately ends the dying condition.
Oh, good.
Yeah. No checks required. Doesn't matter that he's on dying 3. What does it look like when you stave
Sure, he
death off
doesn't
just a little while?
regrettably succeed on a check to stabilize him with a 2-action spell.
Not for this one.
Alright,
what
once
does
the
it look
guy,
like?
yeah, once the guy rolls him into range, Ruko from behind his bubble, he senses that he's finally within range, and then his eyes just dilate. He like cricks his neck, he like pops his neck, and then he just grabs something firm in midair, and he starts just cracking and reassembling and like focusing the direction of the magic toward him. It looks real freaky. Like Ruko's just twitching and grasping and like holding something together in his little bubble over here, doing weird twists. His tail's doing this weird flick. Like he's just it looks creepy, but I think it's working.
Yeah,
I
there
hope
is
it's working.
kind of a similarly creepy thing going on with Branch 2, as inside some of the muscles begin to knit themselves back together. The wound closed. There's still blood kind of caked on his side, but it staunches the bleeding enough. He is stabilized. He is wounded 1. He's still unconscious, but he is not in immediate death risk, at least. That,
Excellent.
I think,
Okay.
is all of
that
Ruko's
all
action.
mine? Excellent. Okay. Part of that spell was also embodying the empathetic threads of the pain into myself, and Ruko like gags because he's like, "Oh God, that was awful." Just felt.
Why does his body look like a bag of
Sinewy.
ferrets?
For what it's worth here, too, this is probably a little bit of a moment for both of these characters. Branch, you experienced spirit damage for the first time not too long ago. What you just took was just a good old-fashioned hit to the side from a sword. But what you experience in the moments after that feels like spirit damage in that you feel yourself start to drift out of your body. You have a few moments of just blinding pain where your ears ring, your eyes burn, light is overwhelming. And then the next thing you see is your own body. And you look down and you see your own incorporeal spirit, your soul, struggling to grasp, struggling to stay clung to your body. And Ruko, for probably the first time, see the spirit of one of your companions. You've spent the past 2 days looking at the ghosts that drift across the surface of the sea, and you start to see Branch's ghost go to join them. And you are able to see it, recognize it, and calm it back down and help guide it back to its body just a little bit longer. And the two of you guys lock eyes as this happened. Branch, you are keenly aware that you were moments away from death. You were about to go see what really waits for you on the other side of all of this. And Ruko saw it and said, not yet.
You probably saw this moment. There's Ruko, no glasses, no nothing, or just no glasses. He looks different, focused, ephemeral. He grabs your wrist, claws digging in. You're like, ow, bitch, what the? And then he just forces your hand back to your chest.
And there was that, if you wanted to zero into his thoughts for a little bit, the moment he took the hit and realized he couldn't stand anymore, was this like overwhelming immediate despair of like, I finally have the chance to take any amount of revenge over the people who have been keeping me down my entire life, and it's the end of my journey. I don't deserve to be here. And then Rupio pulled me back, and yeah. But yeah.
Still unconscious.
And you're still unconscious. It's kind of weird because when you wake up from this, you'll remember having this revelation moment and then going unconscious and then not seeing what happens for a while. But eventually you will wake up, and that will be the last thing you remember is what just happened to you.
And hopefully you won't remember the phantasmal pirate kicking you across the deck.
In the meantime, we jump back over to Ethan.
Doctor visitation. 30 feet. Puts me here.
Excellent.
Branch heals. $27.
Branch, you're not entirely sure how much time has passed, but the fight is still going on, and you wake back up. You see Ethan now is helping.
What the hell's happening?
Ethan, not aware this is the... Ethan, not aware that this is the first time Branch has ever got done in his entire life. He's just like, oh, this happens to me all the time when you're in the war. So he's just like, he's just patting him on the side like, you're alright.
And I'm wounded?
You are wounded.
I wounded one.
That's not on me yet, by the way.
Oh, shit. There we go. That basically means that if you go down again, you'll immediately jump up an extra dying value.
Yeah. And I'm assuming Panache is off, too.
I believe so, yeah.
Gotcha. Alright.
Ethan still has some action.
Yep, 30 feet back up for second action. Piddly action swap. Or he doesn't need to swap. He just, piddly action. Pull out that hawk totem on his back. He jams the fighting stick underneath it. It turns into black sand. Its wings spring open. And it is a almost 3 feet long crossbow that he aims at the sun. So let me just
that is
pull
a huge crossbow.
That is a huge fucking crossbow. Here we go. And he's just going to attack with it. I need to roll I need to roll a flat check.
Good. Ooh, just makes it nice.
Yeah. For this much?
15 points of piercing.
And they're knocked prone because of the bolt that's in it.
Hot damn.
Oh god. Grip.
I'm a post the bolt. Just for reference, I only have a limited number of these because they are expensive.
Oh, I thought it was just because the bolt was that big.
Yeah, it is also big. It is a bowler shot.
Oh.
I love bolas. Bolas are among my favorite weapons in real life.
I have one in Kaz in his bag of tricks, but haven't needed to use it yet.
Hell yeah.
Target's prone.
Perfect. Excellent. Non-lethal bludgeoning damage to the attack roll of the target's of reflex DC to determine the shot's other effects. That is fine as reflex DC is not high enough to matter. Drops prone as the bola kind of wraps around his thighs. and pulls him to the ground. That, I think, is all 3 actions.
Mhm.
Brings us to Foster.
All right, well, time to aim. Horrible miss. The warden.
Yeah, 15 is a miss.
All right, let's try again.
Uh, 16 still a miss.
That's me. I'm assuming can I see Branch from where I'm at?
The ant can, you cannot.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's it.
All right, that'll bring
Go
us
for him,
to
finishes them off.
Cat.
Okay. I'm glad Branch is no longer dying because I'm not the guy to deal with that.
Yeah, true.
I had a thing I could do, but I'm much more suited to hit people if I can actually hit people.
I believe in you.
I believe in you. He's prone and off guard. Admittedly, still concealed.
Yeah,
that
so
that
here's the
blur has put in
DC.
some work.
You know I'm just gonna try to attack him. So.
I believe in you.
Yeah. No!
First one, the concealed, gets in your eye.
Son of a bitch. So that's one action on a failed attack. Cool, cool, cool. There we go.
There we go. Second one is good. Hopefully.
Is it still with map?
I think so.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it is, yeah.
That's so lame.
Concealed, pretty strong.
Ooh.
Hell yeah, you got
I wasn't targeting it. But here's
It's off
the
guard anyway. Nice.
12-point chops in. He is just up. There's blood trickling down his robe. There's very little left that is just white.
Okay, just gonna.
Oh,
make
I'm
another
sorry.
ramp attack.
Do you have panache?
I don't at the moment
Gotcha.
because I did a finisher that missed.
Oh, right.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can't remember. If you do finisher that misses, do you keep the panache? Is that an update? I don't think so.
know.
I don't think so. I'll look while you're going.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll just try to attack him once more. So here's the conceal check.
You're good through the
Hey,
conceal.
that works.
AC you're looking for is 13. If you hit, he goes down.
Yeah, I really hope I hit because before I try to strike him, I am going to make it look like I'm going right for the jugular with the point of my gun sword. But I will make it non-lethal still.
All right.
Like I will say it in Cyril. Should have stood down when you had the chance. Come on, don't fuck it up.
I believe.
That's a good
Well,
one.
I believe.
No!
Kaz!
Almost
my
was an
God.
18. This is the fourth
Just
score.
almost.
We get another hero point, yeah.
You haven't.
Yeah.
I'm. Yeah, just the one extra round of hero point. I know.
Can you
I'm
have
so
a
sorry.
hero point for the cool one-liner?
I will. If somebody wants to donate their hero point to Kaz, they can.
I'll donate
I'll
it
give
to Kaz.
okay, sure.
I,
Yeah.
I
Sure, I'll
want,
donate it.
I want this for Kaz as much as anyone else.
Yeah.
I can't bend the rules too much, but I'll let one slide.
All right. Who did it?
Oh,
No.
11
Kaz,
is
I
still
swear
short.
to fucking God, Kaz.
I donated mine. You can keep yours.
Okay.
Alrighty. That brings us to Branch. Branch, you see the onion is kind of boiling away at some of the wet floorboard here next to you. It has fallen out of its cloth. You just had a near-death experience. What do you do?
The first instinct is to fucking look around like panicked and then fucking whip one out and smoke it, but then remember, oh yeah, we're fighting people. And probably he notices the fucking onion. And I'm just gonna first action like, oh shit, try and like scamper that like back into the cloth before it does any damage.
Yeah, you can piddly that, I think.
Could I fiddly that?
You can piddly
All
it,
right.
yeah.
And second action, first action, how many like stray bits of fucking anything that could be like thrown as a sharp object are around?
Boy, there's deck of a ship, sharp objects. But there's probably like some hooks. They're not incredibly sharp. They're mostly used for like tying lines off and stuff like that. There's broken bits. Oh, this guy's Suncolor Spear. There's a couple of like broken bits of that over here. Those are sharp.
Any around me right now?
There's one within this space right next to you.
Yeah. Fuck it. First action. Grab grab some of that on the ground right now. Second action, and I have no idea how you're going to rule this, but just fucking smear some of the fucking Sunbird's onion fire onto it, or at least like attach it to it somehow. And with I'm fucking stretching the limits of improvised weapon fighter right now.
By basically just running the blade across the onion, and essentially just like run it through lantern oil. It's ablaze now. It would do an extra point of fire damage.
Oh, okay. Just one? Okay. Yeah. And last action, I think? I have no idea. Just throw that shit at the almost dying Suncaller. Just an unarmed attack is how he ruled it?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And no penalties because of my, Yay! Improvised weapon fighting.
That's it.
I think there might be... I think it still hits, even though there's some cover.
Okay.
This is on the Warden or on the Suncaller?
On the Suncaller.
That will be a hit if you get past concealment. I need a flat DC 5.
Oh, right. It's stupid.
Yep.
Okay.
You are good. That land. And how do you do?
Essentially just fucking clutching his side while yeah, clutching his fucking side and still like in a lot of pain, like head not even in it properly, but like working completely on reflex branch, just chucks that shit as hard as he can to spear the guy like in the shoulder or something and immolate his like cloak at the same time or whatever.
Hell yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
Back to back, Kaz cleaving from one side. You see the opportunity to finish the job. The important question here: are you trying to make this non-lethal?
Yeah. Why not?
Okay.
But he's a little woozy.
You rolled high enough. I don't think that you're going to like accidentally kill him. You essentially cleared the bar to make this a non-lethal attack without turning into a miss. So this hits somewhere that essentially puts him out of the fight. It kind of catches him. I like this actually. It catches him kind of in the side of the cheek in such a way that it pins his tongue. He is no longer able to cast spells. He is not physically able to fight. He's effectively out of the fight and starts to drop unconscious. He is incapacitated but not dead.
Okay. That's all my actions, I think.
I believe so.
All right.
That brings us to the
just slumps against the railing then.
Yeah.
Or Dan.
Boy, what
Good job, brother.
a clusterfuck. The ants at least
so cheerful.
seem to go down quickly. So let's see if we can take this ant out. 22 is a hit for 21 slashing. Second swing if still up. That is a miss. Third action with Matt. That's a crit.
Oh, ant!
It's out now.
Oh no, ant. Yeah, 28 points slashing. The hero is finally fell.
That's 3 ants they've killed.
Hope they feel great about themselves, murderers.
That brings us to Ruko.
I know I bitch a lot about random dice rolls, but
What?
I have missed so many times this session, and Feck will just casually like crit 3 times in a row, even on like a -10 map.
Sometimes I
Fuck you,
question
Feck.
whether luck behaves the way that I truly. Sometimes I wonder if I'm in a simulation and I'm the main character.
Okay, Neo.
Ruko's turn.
I shoot God.
You kill Feck.
End the simulation.
We got these two guys. Boy, oh boy. You punky. He gives you an inconsiderate jab on the shoulder as he runs back, Branch, as he gets back up onto the railing and he gets back to his heroic conquest. Alright. So, he's gonna run up here. Does this say, oh, he's got 2, what's he got? Oh, jeez. Familiarity is distant. But 2 actions, so he can run, I suppose, and then he can hit. Am I mistaken?
Sorry, one more time.
He can run and then he can hit. That's 2 actions.
Correct, yeah, 2 actions. You can move
Okay.
once and then hit once, yep.
Alrighty. So he's gonna get back up on the railings and then use his downward momentum with the gravity to go and do a slash into the neck of this sun collar.
Excellent.
Okie dokie. Let's go and hit him with a strike.
Try plunging attack.
20...
Try punching attack.
20 does hit.
Strike.
7 more points of damage to this guy. Excellent. And then you still have 2 actions of your own left.
Okie dokie. I'm going to
Ruko victory.
another limp wrist palm against this bubble. As I'm, kind of a side mission trying to escape, but I know I'm just a fucking noodle. So
We now
he's gonna
found
try
out
to use
Ruko's
that.
weakness, bubble.
Just a bubble.
Just put him under a
and,
cup.
On the other hand, it has kept him completely safe this fight.
It did have, yeah.
I feel great. The inside. All right. I'm gonna do another bolt because it seems to be visible. Wait. Oh, is there anything more spicy I could do? Let's see. How far? Ooh. Oh. Oh, this is danger. A 10-foot burst. Animated assault.
This music is cool as fuck, by the way.
Yeah, I love this one too.
Let's see. Unattended objects in the area. Is there anything around here? Like a bunch of ropes that could just slash and whip and wobble like crazy?
Tons. There's rigging all over the
Tons of
place.
stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a 120-foot range and a 10-foot burst. That's 5, 10. That's like right on them, isn't it? Oh.
It sure is. Another thing that is over there is the corpse of the hero ant, which now counts as an object that you could animate.
That's pretty cool.
Did they not
God,
disappear?
that's awful.
Because they're summoned?
Animate object.
It
Cordyceps. Cordyceps.
I think technically it's supposed to poof away, but I'm not going to deny this hero ant one more chance from beyond the grave.
One more chance of animated this ant
boy.
invaded this one.
Last of Us fucking missed an
Um,
opportunity not having horrible mutated ant zombies.
True.
This 10-foot burst seems awfully large.
It is. Thankfully, you can place it a little off to the side so it only hits the warden if you want.
Yeah, I'm also trying to scoop up some ant.
Scoop the ant.
Hey, perfect. Excellent.
At first, he's getting hit with tendrils of cords and ropes and random nonsense, and then it's just ant legs and thorax.
Alright, here we go. Reflex.
Why are they glowing?
Oh, they're so pretty. They're so bright. 2 9s do almost max damage. Warden, reflex. What's your reflex like? It's okay. That is a failure. It takes full damage, all 18. Okay. Amazing. I believe that is all 3 actions. Brings us to Ethan.
You hear a distant bubble Druko.
Yelling through a glass door.
Yeah.
He's going to piddly action, put away the crossbow. It's like, I'm not gonna use an action to load it. He's got like a free hand and his fighting stick currently. So he's gonna move here. He's going to try and exploit vulnerability. I have to do it for every single creature that's humanoid, I believe.
Good lord, that is a... Surely that's critical. Yeah, that is a critical.
Yeah.
You're so good at exploiting.
I exploit so much vulnerabilities. What made him... How old was he when he stopped being in the bed?
This guy knows fucking everything about everybody. This is like if Ghost Rider like did that thing where he like made you look at your own conscious, but it was like just making like realizing all your childhood fears.
Mechanically
Oh,
speaking...
this guy. Nathan, are you just Psycho Mantis?
Oh, we need to plug the second controller in.
Mechanically speaking, you learn basically everything there is to know, and there's not much. This is a very standard fighter. He's got even saves across the board. He has the protective strike instead of an opportunity attack where he can reduce a friendly's damage when they take it. The thing you really learn here on a critical success is the biggest fear that almost any serial Templar will have, or anybody who is deeply zealous in the faith, is of blasphemy, or like... It's not that they don't fear death, because they do, but they fear an eternity of suffering because they did not fight to the death more. Which is to say, they are zealous. They are cultists, essentially. They will fight to the death because they believe a worse afterlife waits for them if they do not serve valiantly until their death.
So yeah, he's going to hold up his fighting stick, and he's going to just kind of nod at it and be like, "You see this? I'm going to beat you. You're not..." What is that, Mikula? "You will not die from this. I'm just going to beat you."
Amazing.
He's off guard, I guess.
Yeah, he's fully off guard. You have a personal intent to this. You probably learned that, like, oh, he's afraid of spiders or some shit like that, too. Something personal.
Damn.
But I don't think that's as useful as, you know, learning that these people have a religiously motivated reason to not give up fights.
Yeah. Hold on, it's not going away. There we go. That's not supposed to be there we go. Let me strike now.
God damn, Ethan, calm down.
It's a regular hit.
It is a regular hit.
Is it? Well, they're off guard.
Is he off guard? Oh, you're flanking with the Ruko dude. Yeah, that's a crit then.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. It's this plus a 7.
Jesus. That is more than enough. How would you like to do it?
Literally, he says, "I'm going to beat you," and he grabs him by the hair.
Oh God!
And it's just like it is. It's like an abusive parent.
Jesus.
This is gonna hurt me more than it's gonna hurt you.
Oh no. Yeah, you
It's just beating him with a stick.
club this guy across the temple until eventually his bell
No, it
is
is
wrong.
body shot. It is like thigh and butt shot until he is crying and peeing.
Jesus
Beating him with a
Christ.
switch.
Little dark. But you are able.
Maybe a little mad that you hurt my brother Branch. Little mad.
Yeah, true. This is the one that nearly killed Bran. And you take a little bit of that out on him. That is essentially the end of the fight. Tidra, you have a hand raised. How does Branch react to all this? Yeah.
Just
This is not lethal.
seeing Ethan like starting to beat the shit out of this guy, just like the most he can muster screams, "Dude, stop!" And like if Ethan is really just like violently being as horrible as possible as he can, and just like tries and gestures to the bow of the ship where there's just a bunch of people watching it.
Yeah. They tried to burn the ship down. What do you think was going to happen? Your sun goddess is disappointed in you. And so am I. And then they patch up his boo-boos.
You know that you have a couple minutes before they start kind of waking up, coming to their senses. Rico is still stuck in a bubble. What do you guys do?
First, Branch immediately tries to get up to like incapacitate everyone, make sure it like frisks them for any like shit, and like, but he's like definitely way too weak and just starts handing handcuffs to like his allies.
Brad Shear, please drink. He gives you the flask. It heals you 30.
Gracias, mejor.
Okay, Ethan, please drink or rub this on yourself or whatever you do with it.
Oh, what is
And
this?
I'm going to give you a...
Oil of Unlife?
Yeah, I'm going to do a quick alchemy. And give you an oil. I forget which one I gotta find the... I haven't looked at my like crafting tab in so long, I forget which one it is. There we go. Yeah, just a minor oil of unlife. I'll give you one as quick alchemy, and I don't think I've actually used Kaz's quick alchemy before. I gotta decide what that looks like.
Yeah. I know we talked a little bit about how cackles can be involved with that sometimes with the right preparations, but I don't think we've even seen
Cackles
just
come running out.
the even vanilla use of it yet.
I imagine as part of just like his very like bag of tricks utility belt sort of aesthetic, probably next to like the part or the like the little leather box on his belt where he keeps his deck of cards that he uses as a throwing weapon. There's also just like a very like Ren Fair-esque sort of little thing there. It's just like another little leather sleeve with like a cap on it that holds like a couple of little glass vials. And quick alchemy, he just like reaches down without even kind of like looking. He just like knows which components are in which little bottle. He pulls them out. And then with his other hand, probably just like rummages around in his bag, pulls out another little bottle, tosses them in there, and shakes it, probably just like a cocktail. And then, since this one is one that like is a healing item, he like passes it to you and is like, sip up, or pour it over your head, whichever.
Everyone else sees like almost like a black sizzle and smoke kind of rolls off it. It looks like something you do not want to drink. But
Yeah,
then you
yeah.
recognize this as an oil of unlife.
And I'm definitely I'm calling it Kaz's quick alchemy. It's like he just shuffles stuff into it's a very like bartender-esque quick alchemy. Like he just shuffles stuff into this like a bigger. It's probably not actually like a metal cocktail shaker or something, but you know, some kind of like bigger bottle. And because he's a fucking swashbuckler, there's a lot of flourish and stuff in the way he shakes it too, and probably even like tosses it up behind his back and then catches it with the other hand if he's feeling real fancy.
Full
However much I can get away with like making it look smooth as fuck as just like one action quick alchemy.
Right. Got it. Yeah, perfect. You're able to deliver this. I think you're able to...
How much does it heal? And also, it's just like, damn, Kaz, you're so stylish even doing this. Mixing medicine. 1d8. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I imagine for it's probably the first time he's actually made this as part of his quick alchemy. So he does it with all his usual like flair and just like muscle memory, and then he looks at it and he's like, oh, it's like oil. So he probably just like pours it over your head.
Oh, yeah, works.
And then he looks at his shaker and he's like,
What do you do with it now?
I need to wash this before I mix
Yeah,
anything in.
fair.
True.
The first thing when the battle ends is Athen runs to the guy who got fireballed and tries to see if he can save his life.
Sure. Give me a medicine check.
Okay.
So Branch is kind of making sure everybody is disarmed. Athan is running over to try to save the fireballed guy. Kaz is mixing up chemicals for Athan. 26 is enough that you're able to run over and stabilize him. He looks like you were cutting it close, but 26 is high enough to get the stabilize.
I'm gonna like just apply some balm to his like burn. It's like, you're gonna be okay, even though you were a dick and tried to shove my friend's off the ship and shove my friend off the ship.
Kaz, you still have your hero for, or sorry, not Kaz. Ruko, you still have your hero for a little while. You're still stuck in a bubble. What would you like to do during? We're not in initiative, but we're still kind of time sensitive because you know these guys are going to wake up soon. What are you doing during this time?
Distant bubbled. And then Monkey comes over. Glorious as ever. He slings down. Stairs are no problem. He doesn't even look at them. He's gonna run over here and start bonking at it, and Ruko from the inside is gonna bonk at it. He's trying to get out of here. Yeah. Let's go hit the thing. Ooh, yeah!
Damn you, Punky.
Hell yeah, give me some damage. Essentially, he is just beating on this until it breaks. But you... oh... Well, it's all
It's weird
mental
damage, though.
damage. It's all fake damage. That's kind of a shame, because he's really putting effort into it. But you know more than anyone else that the damage he's dealing is not really happening. It's all in the target's mind. And since this bubble doesn't have a mind, it's not actually taking any of this damage.
Ruko gets that grumpy look, but he looks also like, God damn, he looks cool.
He does look so cool. Rippling
He looks
muscles.
so cool when he's doing
I'm
it.
gonna...
Damn it.
Yeah. He's so cool. I think the swashbucklers are doing their best to like gather everyone up and incapacitate them with manacles and ropes. Kaz said he only needed one action to do a thingy. I'm gonna spend mine to help and then go and help Ruko out.
Okay, wonderful. The crew is still kind of just watching. They've been warned that something like this might happen, but they were not told what happens next. And you see that there is kind of, there's a pregnant moment here where they're waiting to see what comes next, now that you guys have defeated their guards and taken control of the ship. And before we answer that, I should jump down to Foster real quick. What is Foster doing now that the combat is slowed?
When Ethan runs over the grate and I can see him, I will just toss a quick life boost onto him.
Thank you, friend.
And then I crawl into my coffin and act like a skeleton.
Amazing, I love it.
What does this do again? Oh yeah, 2.
Well, first things I try to sustain my ants, can't, and I shed a single tear, and
Yeah.
then I do all that.
Oh.
Oh, he realized they were done. That's fine.
All right. After
So this just heals 40 after 4 rounds, I think.
yeah, essentially.
Yes, yep.
With a little bit of time and several of you working together, it's not easy actually. You guys have to essentially break 10 on each attack to do any damage at all, and then whittle through.
I can do it easily.
Can you show me an attack roll? Let me see.
I did it.
Oh, you have the
Sure.
sledgehammer too.
I have a sledgehammer and I have the attack that combines both attacks.
That's right. So yeah, probably only like 3 or 4 rounds of attacks, maybe even less.
Here, let's see. Let me just sheathe this one as I transform it into the sledgehammer. I wonder if there's any other weapon that ignores hardness. Does the thing have a spirit? Probably doesn't have a
No, it does
spirit.
not.
Yeah, so this is combined. One sledgehammer. Oh, they just hit, right? Because
Correct,
it doesn't crit.
Yeah, just hits, no crit.
Has it been a minute yet?
So it's sledgehammer,
Yeah, break it.
and then this one combined.
All of which ignores the first 3, so that's 34 minus 7 for 27. So yeah, 2 attacks and you're able to shatter this thing.
Yeah,
Or, sorry, 2 rounds of attacks.
yeah, 2 rounds. You just freeze them.
Amazing. So yeah, after about 30 seconds, you've stabilized everyone, you've disarmed everyone, you've broken Ruko out of his bubble, you've done a little bit of heal. Again, we're measuring in minutes here. You know, you probably have 2 or 3 before the first of them starts to kind of come to or gather their wits enough that they could potentially do something.
I think
what do you-
manacles were used.
You've got a manacled. Yep.
Has it been a minute since I summoned my boy?
You've got about 30, 35 seconds left on your boy.
Edge-of-Sight lore,
Oh,
because I've worked with people of this caliber before, that I might know, like, if they have, like, extra tricks of industries, what they would do and how to handle that. Also, like, prisoner containment is something that he's been doing a lot of. Just, like, what do I get from that?
If they have extra what would they do with it?
Just, like, anything else that could, like, be used to, like, either break them out or, like, bring us harm again if they wake up. Or, like, yeah, if they have, like, any aces or anything, and also, like,
I see what you're saying.
and how I would deal with that.
Yeah, as part of helping with this, I don't know if I need to I know enough about casters that, like, if we have the time for it, I want to make sure that, like, their wrists are bound, they're gagged,
Yeah.
possibly even blindfolded.
Yep.
There's that one who I accidentally cut the tongue. I guess cut the tongue out of, but yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say. And also for the record, he's also just unconscious. Yeah, you can give me a perception check, Branch. You guys all have the basic understanding. You want to bind them. You want to bind their individual fingers. You want to gag them so they can't do verbal components. Take away their stabs. Blindfold is a good idea too. You tie them to masts. 19 is very good. The best ace in the hole that you think any of them might have, and this sounds crazy, and it would probably sound crazy to a lot of people other than Branch, but Branch understands that this is very real and very true, is literally a prayer. They are completely helpless. They have nothing under their own power that will help them if you gag and bind them successfully. There's probably nothing aboard the ship that wasn't already summoned for the purposes of this fight. Your two biggest problems now are you need to win the crew over. Not necessarily because you think they could take you in a fight, but because there are 30 innocent people, and if they decide to organize against you, you're going to have a very big moral dilemma on your hand. Because you know you can't, you know you would beat them, but that would involve beating down 30 innocent people. Literally a prayer from one of these high-level crusaders. If they pray right now, it will be heard by their god. You don't know if that is going to invoke divine power, but it could. It's not impossible. People have prayed and gotten miracles before.
kick them in the balls, make them blaspheme. Just kidding, I don't say this.
With that said, I don't want to give the impression that, like, this is an urgent threat you need to worry about. You just asked what the biggest ace in their hole is, and it's probably that. And you know that that's not amazing, but it is an option.
Yeah.
What's
Okay.
the anathema of Ava?
Great question. The most direct one is just anyone who opposes elf kind. But you would also know that, like, darkness, ugliness, sadness, unbeauty.
Being sad.
Yeah, for real. She is a god of
Holy
joy.
shit.
She is a god of beauty. She's a god of art, and she happens to also be the creator patron god of elves.
Okay, well, I was in my elf disguise when they beat me, so they all committed anathema, and they are all excommunicated. It's true. I was in my elf disguise.
Kind of true. I should clarify that, like, taking down a betrayer of elves, even if they are an elf, is fine.
Oh, also, they tried to kill another elf who is a zealot. They tried to kill one of themselves,
True. It is worth
and I
mentioning,
saved them.
and this is on the wiki, so that I couldn't have this bullshit called on me.
Fair enough.
The gods are intelligent creatures. They are not lawyers or genies or fae. That action felt reasonable. That guy
It
was
felt
already
reasonable
lost.
to burn that guy.
Yeah, that guy was already lost. He was willing to lay down his life. Soldiers die for each other all the time. To potentially end all of the combatants and get one guy who was already dead anyway feels reasonable to Ava.
They say beauty. Oh, ugliness. I'm just gonna draw on their faces. The ugliest makeup they have. They're gonna look like really trashy stripper. They're gonna look like terrible drag queens who don't even have the right name yet.
I mean, they haven't found their stage name yet.
No, and they can't. Not like this.
You know
Not
what?
looking like that.
You know what, beautiful fledgling drag queens, even if you haven't found your stage name and your makeup is ugly, you're still beautiful to me.
Unless you're an asshole,
But not
then
to
you're ugly.
Ava.
Even, no matter yeah.
And hey, you don't need to talk to do drag.
You know.
True. Okay. After a few minutes of all of this, the crew starts to wake up. Sorry, not the crew. They are cuffed, they are chained to masts, they're gagged, they're blindfolded, their fingers are tied individually. Let me get from, like, anyone who's participating in this, which is mostly going to be Kaz and Branch, I think. just like some sort of tying check. I think thievery would be appropriate here. Sailing would be appropriate. Anything that you can use to bind people.
A
Yeah, can I
lot
give
of
you,
thievery.
Piracy/sailing, or maybe even underworld.
But yeah, both of those would be perfect.
Ruko's
Okay,
dramatically.
Just because I probably haven't done it too much myself personally, like taking captives on a ship, but like I'm making sure that like they're all gagged and like they're tied up separately. None of them are tied to each other. None of them are tied too close to each other.
Yep.
Like no one person is tied, or no two people are tied to the same mast. They're spaced apart. If I can do it without totally like losing all of the good graces of the crew, I want to, especially the guy that disarmed me and tried to throw my sword overboard. I want to gag, blindfold, tie his hands behind his back, and then dangle him from his ankles over one of these railings, upside down.
He might pass out from the blood. And shit.
So I'm gonna. You can absolutely do this. Since you brought up not losing the good graces, and because this is a key pivotal moment that could have a huge impact on the way that this story continues, the entire crew is watching, and they are specifically watching to see how you treat these people.
Then yeah,
So-
I'm being as like professional
What
as I can about
happens
it.
if like Kaz even begins to think about it? Branch is probably just gonna fucking elbow him and like.
Oh, he thinks about it a lot, but he doesn't act on it. Like
Yeah.
he's making sure everyone is tied tight, but he's not being like unnecessarily rough in any way. He's not slapping anybody. He's not like doing anything. It's just like it's all business for him.
And I don't want to tip my
Jessica.
hand too much here. You don't know what's running through these people's heads. The only thing I'm saying as a DM is they are watching. They are watching intently.
I know, but Kaz understands that. Like, I feel like he does at least. Like sometimes.
if they're on like the bounding duty, Athen goes into PR duty, and he uses his diplomacy to just calm everyone down and just be like, "You're not going to be harmed. You will continue as, you will proceed as scheduled. It's just you're going to have a little bit of a delay. No one here will be harmed. These people tried to burn the ship. We stopped them. You're welcome, by the way."
And now that you've seen what we can do, consider us even better bodyguards than they were. We
Amazing.
assure you that nothing will happen to you.
I probably should have said this a little earlier, because it would be important for her appearances as well. As soon as the fight calms down, you do see that Amy, as confident as she can be, steps back out and like makes a point of being here as the fight is winding down, trying to exude some sort of a like, okay, we talked about this. What comes next vibe, and then you do your speech.
To kind of help her selling point, like as soon as I see her come out, I make sure that like all of my weapons are sheathed. I even kind of like do like a little wave or like a bow to her to be like, "Yep, we talked about this. We've done what we needed to do. Back over to you, oh Captain, my Captain." Sort of thing.
Amazing. Let me get. Or what you got, Rico? Go ahead.
Sorry, just now that I've got like 30 seconds left of this spell, and Ruko is finally freed from his fucking bubble.
Did
my oh my, me, I'm finally free! And I'm gonna jump in this hunksar and make him carry me.
It isn't until you stand up out of your bubble that you realize how tall this guy is.
Imaginary
Wow.
boyfriend.
Yeah, good.
It's just excitement. I leap and I cling and he carries me, and he's like,
Magical
"We've
goes
done
on.
it!" And he's all heroic. And I'm like, "Yeah, this is so stupid. I love it."
This is the nerdiest thing that
Distraction
Ruko has ever
maximum.
done, and he has done a lot of nerdy shit. This is up there for sure. I love it. I love it.
What? All right, carry on.
Okay, let me get from Kaz and Athen some diplomacy to see how you can kind of tide things over. You've already made your speech.
I'll reroll. I have a hero point.
Yep. Oh,
Cough.
Kaz.
Kaz.
It's
22.
almost an 8. It was almost an 18.
It was 22. Using
Okay.
my last hero point.
This is, it seems enough that they at least are not fearing for their lives. They understand that what you're doing is clearly just business of some sort. You don't have anything against them. While
Then go around asking if anyone is injured or needs help. And if you have inhaled some smoke, please take some fresher breath air, drink some water, go downstairs.
the only person you find that seems to have any sort of like traumatic damage or injury is the orc down on the second floor who has fully wet himself and appears to be suffering like some real trauma from Yieldwoad. Who is just doing like, a weird little Yieldwoad war dance around the room, which is like really just he's losing it over that. He is not made for this. Everyone else seems to be fine.
Move like that.
While everybody is still unconscious or incapacitated, Amy does kind of catch one of you, probably Ethan because you rolled higher, and just kind of under her breath says, they're going to wake up and they need to believe that I was coerced into giving these orders.
Okay. I'm going to take that little disguise kit and I'm gonna. Could you hold still? I'm gonna paint a little black eye on her.
Damn. Yeah, love it. She actually does kind of like, oh, I wasn't expecting that, but yeah, go ahead. And she like lifts her cheek.
Yeah, I go into the fucking, into the quarters with her. I start yelling. I knock over a lamp. And then I start just doing makeup with her. Okay, hold this eyeshadow's going to look a little like a bruise. You apply some yellowing because you're complex. Yeah, don't look forward. Close your eye.
Now,
Go ahead, Kat.
This guy's.
I just imagine because he's done disguise stuff so much, he really goes into like full professional makeup artist mode. He's like, okay, now what we're using here is an eggshell foundation. Pulls out like a whole fucking like makeup bag.
Go ahead and give me.
Whenever I do face paint, I can never. Okay. This is deception, I think.
And also, while you're doing this, both of you give me insight checks real quick.
Okay, now I'm gonna paint you a black eye, but I'm also gonna make it a bit of a smoky eye because you're fierce.
16.
And I want them to think that you put up a fight because you're always putting up a fight because you are a strong woman.
If we contour this part, perception, it's an insight.
Yes.
Men love pterodactyl.
Kaz is going to roll for us all day. You are able to put on a pretty convincing scene, including the makeup for a black eye and some like loud fight noises coming from inside of there. With a 11, Kaz doesn't pick up on this quite as well as Ethan with a 16. You get a little bit of a weird vibe from her. She's acting strange. She's compliant, but she's very quiet the whole time. Ethan recognizes an almost soldier-like quality, but in the wrong direction. Instead of trying to be brave, she is trying to convince herself that she is scared. In other words, she's trying to make herself believe that she is in danger. Like she feels that she needs to actually be scared for this plan to work. If that makes sense.
Fair enough.
In other words, every time you guys like try to lighten the mood or do a little joke, she like almost gives you a glare, like don't be friendly to me, like that it's not okay for you to be.
If you don't move, I'll actually poke your eye out with this brush.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Eventually, she comes back out and with kind of a grim look on her face, starts to bark out. So she asks you to Leteon, right? Or sorry, to the Lavalier Lighthouse.
Yeah, did you need me to roll a deception? I cannot remember.
Yes, please, for the makeup check.
Oh god, let's hope this is a good thing.
I believe in.
So it's 12.
It's not your best work. It's not your
I'm not
best work.
used to actually using putting makeup on skin.
Yeah,
I'm usually used to doing it on fur.
True. We'll see if it matters. It may or it may not. But at the very least, she comes out looking like she has a black eye. And she calls out orders to the crew. We make for the east to the Lavalier. And they scramble into action. And they begin to put up sails. A few of them go to kind of like clean out the bits of the sail that are still smoldering. Put out any last minute fires. Gather up some of the ropes that were scattered about by the animate objects. And the ship begins to continue east. Off in the horizon to the far west behind you, you see your own ship with all the prisoners kind of towing along at a distance. Is there anything in particular that you guys do over the rest of this journey as you head to the Lavalier Lighthouse? I guess what I'm asking is, would we like to montage that, or should we play it out next session?
I occasionally jump out and scare her. just to keep her on her toes and make her seem scared.
I'm mostly going to be just like using my sailing and crafting to like make sure the ship is running smoothly, patch up any damage there might have been from the fire and stuff. But I'm going to kind of like, if I can, I want to frame it in a way that like I'm taking the interest of this ship as like not as a favor to her, but I'm just like I'm making sure we get there in one piece.
For sure.
You know,
Makes
again,
sense.
just keeping the it's all business front sort of thing.
Absolutely. Give me a sailing check real quick. Ethan is kind of doing the crew management and especially captain management.
Kaz, what the fuck, dude?
Incredible.
All of us sick.
Thankfully, this one was not a super high stakes one. The important thing here is just you learn as you work with the ship more and more. It's a nice ship. It's only a merchant vessel. It probably wouldn't fare well in like true proper like full scale combat. But as far as merchant vessel go, I mean, you were a pirate for a long time. This is a merchant vessel you would not want to attack. It's pretty well made. It's fast. It's well armed. It's a good ship. It's a hardy ship. It's a valuable ship.
Nicer than mine.
For as a merchant
Boy,
vessel,
boy.
yes. As a pirate vessel, no. The main issue there is that yours is just faster. It's smaller. It's more like maneuverable. It doesn't. Yours has chase guns. This doesn't have chase guns. Things like that. This thing has a lot of extra weight and bulk because it's carrying a lot of cargo. But as far as cargo ships go, it's pretty good.
Yeah, my disguise kit has a +1 item bonus, so that's actually a 13.
Excellent. Who's over the course of the next couple of days? Who's watching the prisoners? I assume that's mostly Branch.
Yeah, and if you're everything else can be montage, but there is definitely one pretty important conversation he wants to have, at least with actually two conversations he wants to have with one with Amy and one with the prisoners.
Okay. Excellent.
And yeah.
At some point, he asked Branch, and Athen asked Branch, could I go down there and just make them a little ugly? I mean, a lot ugly.
If your intent is to let them leave the graces of Aeva, I don't think that's going to work.
No, just not leave the graces of Ava, just block off their connection. Ava does not pay attention to ugly people.
I mean, go ahead. Might as well. I'll add insult to injury, but I think I have something better in mind.
If you've seen Cynthia, the Rugrats doll, he turns his weapon into like a bunch of shears and just starts snipping some hair. Unevenly.
You're trained in religion. I'm just going to give this to you for free. A god of life. If the follower of a god of life is put in the way of death, that does not cut their access off to their god. If anything, their god might be like, oh, they are in mortal danger. In other words, you get the
not kidding.
like making them ugly isn't going to like get rid of their god powers. If anything, it might like count as a form of torture or distress that draws Ava's attention to them.
So what, do I make them look pretty and make it look like, oh, they still failed and they're beautiful?
If you just want to make them ugly for the sake of making them ugly, you can do that.
No. He'd only do what would like, oh, what can I do to block them from the eyes of their god?
That is tricky. There's almost... This is the trouble with religion. This is what's wrong with religion. Anything you could do to them, their god and they will interpret as persecution. The more you stamp out the fire, the more it spreads. In order to truly quell this connection, you have to quell their faith. And it's so hard. It's so hard to quell somebody's faith through persecution.
Especially if they're zealots.
Right.
You ever been crit by an ant twice?
True. I do. Ruka's had hand raised for a long time. I do want to get to Ruka real quick. So Ruka, what are you doing during this travels here?
Freeze flame. Flashback. Ruko's in the arms of his hero, and it's great. And then he dissipates, and Ruko thunks, hits his head on the deck, like, oh, ow! And
Ruko dying 3 immediately.
yeah, dying 3. And then
Every time anyone falls from the
the war dancing on his chest brings him back to life because, oh, look how she moves. He's so cute. Other guys having like PTSD problems with this with this tiny Martin. Anyway, okay, so a task for this quest. He sees that there is a large portion of the crew, most likely, that are a bit big what the fuck or straight up suspicious and scared. He's gonna try to just, even if it makes his soul cringe, he's going to try to mend those most most opposed to our cause here, just to make sure things go smoothly as best as possible. And he's going to use his thing. What is this? The deceptive worship. I've spent a long time dealing with the enemy, the beliefs and all that stuff, and I know how to sympathize, so I can play along. I probably know what rights they need to feel some sort of resolution for the dead, murderous, evil individuals on the deck. So I'm going to help gather the most distraught of the crowd and give them some resolution by performing some of the rites.
So an important
And
note, you guys successfully
properly-
managed to not kill anyone. They are all captives.
Not kill.
It was all non-lethal. Yeah, even the
Okay,
one
okay,
that they
so
fireballed,
I will-
Ethan came over and saved.
I will actively summon the people who are the most distraught to get over here, call them to action, and to help them mend wounds, bring them to the quarters where we're technically be keeping them prisoner, most likely, right? Whatever, keeping them subdued, but to bring them and call them into action to help and mend wounds and to help with the people that we just attacked.
Okay, so here
Yeah.
is an important question before we get any sort of like checks involved. Up until this point, you've disguised yourself as a Cyril priest, a worshiper. Does the hood stay on, or do you reveal your real identity? And especially, do you reveal yourself to be a spirit weaver?
No, I keep the hood on. I'm trying to keep continuity here.
Okay. In that case, let me just get essentially a diplomacy check. Essentially, it's a morale check. You're trying to maintain morale as best as you can.
Yeah, I'm targeting the people who are the least.
For sure. It's very similar to what Ethan's doing, but while Ethan is maintaining this illusion that this is all being coerced, because frankly it is, you're trying to kind of play the good cop to that and show that although there is, even though there's coercion happening, you're not here to harm them, you're here to accomplish some other goal. So yeah, let me get diplomacy.
Yeah. And I'll actively recruit the people who are most against us.
20 is pretty solid. It's not an overnight thing. It's little things. It's especially little things to the ones that were most traumatized by all this. Which frankly means you spend a lot of time with that traumatized orc, getting him acclimated to, oh look, they're fine. It's just Yield Road. She's friendly. It's not a real problem.
There's a phobia to Martins. That's
Yeah,
why
Probably
you're
one
scared?
of the nights he puts his back to the door of his room, big sigh, with a full plate of food, but he wouldn't take it because it had sausages, and they vaguely reminded him of Ilhood. Long, dangerous things, I guess.
There's a point in the second day when you're kind of like going through all of this morale management and therapy where he just kind of breaks down and confesses, when I was little, there was a big rat, and I thought that she was just a big rat, but I know now that she's a long rat, and long rats are different.
Ruka does
How
some
can I not fuck him?
searching on how to not laugh extremely. Oh, jeez.
But on a more serious note, you do kind of manage to at least, you're not just managing the morale, you're also testing the waters. You're looking for problems, seeing where they might pop up before they pop up, and kind of doing crew management. You're trying to make sure that there are no weird little pockets of dissenters that try to do anything silly. You try to... Do you explain your mission at all, or are you just kind of keeping things chill?
Yeah, I feel like at first Ruka would have just gone straight into that sort of mission with Ruko's putting himself in that dangerous situation. Why is he talking to all the people who are definitely problems? I don't know. It's a bit weird, but he'll go and explain it as well. It's on our side of the fence, it would be we're keeping tabs on the most problematic individuals here. But on the other side of the fence, it's these people are the most, unsatisfied, most unstable, most unsure. So I'll keep tabs on the tricky people, and I'm sure that's probably a relief to most of us who are already stressed. So, yeah, I'll go deal with the problem people.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Got it. We do have a hand raised from Sidra. I'm going to come back for those conversations. I just want to jump real quick to Foster. We're wrapping up soon. What does Foster do over the next couple of days of travel?
Honestly, probably just keep trying to not get noticed. It seems like I don't want this to turn around on us, and we seem to be in a pretty good spot, so...
Okay, excellent. Kind of just maintaining the ruse, staying down there. I like it.
He's been in the
Uh,
goon
but you
cave
have
for 3
something-
sessions straight.
Literally. I do have something for Ruko, if there's time in the downtime.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we can montage it. If no big deal. Basically, I just want to ask you... I guess we could play it out. One of the nights
I
I'll
want to rush
find
through
you.
things. Absolutely.
Hey, Ruko.
Yeah?
I have kind of an odd question for you. I was watching you talk to the spirits the other day. I was watching through Wildfolk, but do you think you could teach me how to do that?
I think so. I would love to try. I think I would love to try. I'm not sure. I mean, it's kind of something you feel, you know. You just, it's hard to say exactly how to do it. Arcana, you can read it. This one, you gotta follow the story, you know. Gotta follow the feels. I don't know. I'd like to try.
I'd like to try to learn. I'll spend some time. We're above the board. I already took the consult spirits feat, but I would like to flavor it that I learned it from Ruko.
Absolutely. I think.
What?
Let me get from both of you a religion check.
Oh boy.
Does it matter if I'm choosing nature when I take the feature?
Yeah, actually, let me get a nature check from both of you instead. We'll take this a different direction. I like that a lot.
Nature, but I'm teaching.
Instead
you
of
from
talking
an
to spirits, I'm
occultism
going to talk to them for spirits. So, I've got so much hero point that I've never used.
Yeah.
Do I have to do nature?
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
How
I'm
many
trying to
times can
teach
I
him
use
it
hero
from
points?
from the occultism angle.
Yeah, I'll let you do it from your angle. The result might be a little weird since he's trying to learn a different kind of spirit, but yeah, for sure.
Is he? Oh, gee. Huh.
It sounded like you were trying to consult natural spirits, right? Is that true?
Yeah, when you take the feat, you have to choose primal, arcane, or whatever they are. And I
Gotcha.
took primal.
Okay, maybe I'll try it from occultism, but in Ruko fashion, I'll use a hero point for my shitty rolls and try nature anyway.
Hell
No,
yeah.
wait, no, I'll do occultism again. Sorry, I think this makes more sense. Oh,
14 and 17, yeah, you guys are absolutely able to have a couple of sessions, and you sort of begin to, like, compare notes. It's very apparent to you, Ruko, that the way that Foster is accessing magic is very primal. It is bigger and deeper than working through the spirits of creatures who live on the surface of the planet, and the sympathy that resides within their bones and their blood and their spirits and their hearts. And he is going straight to the heart of the world and the things that make up the planet itself.
I think the realization Ruko has is that he lives in the between realm. Ruko lives between Arcana and Primal. Primal is the core underworkings of everything in nature. And then the things that live in nature and interact and create bonds or something, they create ripples upon this surface is occultism. And then the people who stand at a distance and study and find the mathematics behind it are the Arcana types.
Yeah, that's
and he's
pretty
like,
accurate, honestly.
this is a weird, like, but it's very entertaining for Ruko. He's very much enjoying this whole time. Like, even if it gets tricky or if he's like completely confused by what you're saying, he's like, what? He's so engaged. This is fun.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Foster's super into it also.
Um,
If you're going to feel the sailor spirit, can't you feel the water spirit?
I mean, kind of. I could feel all the fish in the water or the water spirits, not the water spirit itself. I feel the effect of it, but not the, but the it. What's the it? What is that? He's so bamboozled.
in many ways, the sympathy that you connect with Ruko through occultism can be likened to bread. It is sympathy that has been processed by a living creature. And what the sympathy that sure. Where's the sympathy
Don't say
that
bread in front of a skeleton factory?
the sympathy that Foster seems to be able to connect to is the seed. It is the grain before it is processed. He is speaking to the raw energy of the earth, whereas you are a little more accustomed to speaking to it after it has been processed through the filter of a living creature, or at least a conscious creature, a sapience creature. But ultimately, both of you are connecting to energy and to consciousness. You find some common ground even in the different ways that you approach your magic. We have Sidra wanted to have a couple conversations. What you got?
Oh, those ones will probably take a bit, and I'll have them next session. But the one right now, I would like to talk to Ruko about something.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
I keep dragging you.
Oh boy.
I guess flashing back a little for a little while. Maybe like after like we've gotten people like around. Branch wants to just take Ruko like to the deck of the ship or something where there's less people, maybe around at night or something, and be like, yeah, I saw you. Oh, I saw when I went down earlier, and I had this moment where I left my body. I guess it feels fucking crazy even describing it now, but I saw you when that happened, and I had this like dread in my stomach that like it was over, it was done, and it felt final, felt familiar, felt like when I was being executed for the first time. And then yeah, it was all done, and then I saw you, and then suddenly I saw Ethan standing before me, and I was awake, and just wanted to know if you had anything to do with that.
Ruko, like as you start talking about it, he was carrying a little bit of the stress from like talking to the rest of the crew, a little bit of the glee from like trying to figure out what the fuck this skeleton has to share. It's been very entertaining, and then he like regrounds himself into this situation. He remembers back, and he looks more serious. You can't tell if he looks angry or confused for a second. You're like, what? Okay, and then he'll just pull you in real, like he'll just pull you in and then like bro hug but tight and be like he's still holding you together like he was in the moment. And he'll let you go
for a
and
bit,
push both your shoulders back against the wall and be like, you're alive. See?
Branch also like tries to like starts to go in for like a fist bump or something and smiles at you, but then also just reciprocates the hug too, probably even tighter than you were doing it.
Yeah. It felt like it wasn't, I don't know. I feel like that very moment, like it was kind of weird and confusing at first, and then like it just feels binding. Like it almost feels like it's back to that moment where he holds you back to your chest, where he's reconnecting that feeling like you're pulled together. You fucking stay here. Like you're not gone. I won't let that happen.
God damn, I can't think of a single fucking reason why it'd be worth it. you fucking scrumbly motherfucker. But thank you. God.
And hold you together with these arms. It does like a weak little flex. Tries to pose like his hero.
Keep you around then. Fuck. That was the worst I'd ever felt. Or coming close. Fuck, you think... I've been living under the boot of these fuckers my entire life. And I finally get the chance to take back something from them, and they put me down immediately. Granted, I guess I was acting like a jackass standing on those fucking railings over and over again, but it just felt like nothing I did amounted to anything. I got here, I put everyone in danger, and then I fucking die. That what the fuck's what story is there to tell there? What did I do?
Well, the way I see it, you said fuck the story, and you keep going. You make your own. And you've done it. You're on the story. Huh? You're still alive.
Yeah, and I like that. Fuck.
Yeah.
Sorry, this has been just
it
go ahead.
Frightened me, actually. It was... yeah. There's a... Kind of glances to the side a bit, like... I don't know. I see spirits, but they're always separate. They've already been a spirit, they've always been there. And I saw that thing. I don't understand you necessarily. And he just puts a knuckle to your chest. And then retracts his hand again. He's like, well, you're confusing. However, I saw that familiar essence, that the spirit that was leaving you, and I couldn't let that happen. And I recognized that, and I hated that. I could see it.
You done stuff like that before?
Hell no. not exactly.
Glad you were fucking successful this time. Still feel it a little on my side, so maybe you're a bit rusty, but I'll fucking take it.
Hey, it hurt me too. Not the same way, but
So yeah, I can understand you. You want to get back at them too. You want to fuck them up for everything, right?
Yeah. It's confusing.
I
do and I don't. I do, but I also want to just fix it. Mend it, but not burn it. That's weird. I want to burn it a little, or a lot.
Fucking sane, man. But oh god, 7 years spent working
rising.
like a hearth. I get it. A hearth on low settings. 7 years fucking spent thinking that under a fucking church that thinks that retribution is the solution to everything. It bled into my mind a little, and I started thinking that too. I guess that I could take it out on these guys, and for just fucking lowering me to the status that I'd been my entire life in fucking family lore, and that it'd finally feel good. It'd finally feel good to take this ship. It'd feel good to scare these people. It'd feel good to beat their mercenaries. And now I'm here, and this is some of the worst I've felt since I've started this shit with landfall. And I don't know how to reconcile that. But I'm still here, thanks to you, and I think we can figure that out together, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if this makes sense, but the worst part about having enemies is that you realize that you're their enemy too. It doesn't make sense until that happens, but it makes sense when you do.
Yeah.
We're all people. And it sucks. I wish I could just light things on fire.
You're a bit more than a person. Fucking everyone else here who went with us is more than a fucking person, except for me. Sometimes it feels like you said I was no different than the fucking other ghosts you see wandering around. For some reason, I feel like that ain't gonna be true when it's your guys' time to pass.
No, you weren't. They were different because they were disconnected, drifting and lost, and they were in a new world, a new realm, a new sense of everything. They're lost for a moment. Yours hurt because you were still connected, and I couldn't let it be severed. It was scary, I admit.
But, so, it just stuck around? I just stuck around as hard as...
Well, you were moving away. Clinging, but losing grip. Like falling off a cliff holding onto a rope. One hand falling.
One hand falling?
It's that sense. It's the sense before you fall. Once you fall, you get that distorted... I don't know. It's a weird sense. But you were still there. And there was still a chance. So, take it back. Your new story begins again.
I get it. I'll try not to fall again. Alright?
Ruko slumps against the wall. And just kind of looks at you, all suspicious looking. Are you sure? You're gonna crack the smile.
Branch will sit right next to you, and yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure I won't go down again, and I'm sure I won't do any more stupid shit that gets us into trouble. And I'm sure about this, but I can't promise it. And speaking of stupid shit that'll get us into trouble, um,
He's already giving you a long side glance with a little bit of smirk.
just a little bit of
Uh-huh.
fun. Fine. I gotta repay you at least a little. I don't remember what the drugs you said that we got from the Leshy, from that one Leshy fucking black market dealer were, but one of them was they help you experience your greatest memories, right?
There's kind of just a mix of psychedelics and various semi-magical or non-magical narcotics and uppers, whatever you would want. He has a pretty good selection.
Yeah. Honestly, if you wanted to drop, honestly, the fucking near-death experiences might as well celebrate life a little bit. And he'll like hand you a bit of it. You want to drop this with me?
I mean, sure, if I can be weird about it.
Sure, why not?
You will regret this.
I'll see it.
But it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Fun
Me.
regrets.
I owe you a bit
Plenty
of
of
regret
those.
then.
What
I
you
once
what are you
got
kids
stuck
doing
in
in
a
here?
bottle.
Flayleaf? What?
That is all going down. We do need to wrap up pretty soon, but we have earned raise from Frisk. What you up to? What's safe enough?
Right. So he goes down to. I imagine there's like a brig where we keep everyone.
Let me double check. I don't actually know if this ship has a brig.
Yeah. If you don't have a brig, we make a temporary one.
Yeah, there's not one. You could turn one of the rooms into it if you want. The disadvantage there is, of course, they're in an enclosed room by themselves with not a way to, like, observe them.
Yeah. I will be down there. I don't need to breathe. If they suffocate, whatever. They're not gonna suffocate. We're gonna keep the door open or something. But he just kind of sits in the stool in front of them, and while they're all blindfolded and like gagged, they can still hear. I imagine he just sort of lets this terrorist pirate persona he's put on drop for a bit, and he's just nothing again. And he wonders deep down, kind of, why it was such a joyful thing to trounce these Avens. Why he took particular joy in it. It wasn't just like the act, because normally, like, okay, I act. I put on persona. I'm someone else. But that feeling persists after he drops the persona, and that's different to him. And he remembers that this is the god that took away his mother and his little brothers. And in a spiteful moment of self-realization, he understands what it feels like to hate. He never truly hated anyone. Not even his father. He understood he had to kill him. It was a sad thing. It was an unfortunate thing, but he had to do it. But his mother and his brothers didn't do anything. So he's going to sit there. He's going to take out a crest of his family. The Aldermorn crest. And he's going to glare at them, and he's just going to counter pray. It's not so much a prayer as it is repeating the names of the people that Eva took from him, and what caused his father to go crazy, and what caused the war. And he repeats the names of his parents, his brothers, the soldiers who died next to him. And this is not how this ability is used. This is a combat ability. But I'm going to use Divine Disharmony basically the entire time. And I want to test how strong their fate is versus my hatred of their god.
I loved it. Go ahead and give me, either one, your deception or your intimidation. I would allow just a straight diplomacy here if you would like. If that's
Yeah.
better for you.
Diplomacy. Yeah, I could do straight up diplomacy. But I think he's angry, so he's
Yeah.
gonna do intimidation.
That makes a lot of sense.
16. I don't have a hero point.
You spend a lot of time dwelling on these memories, these people that you've lost, people who flooded back to you one at a time as you stumbled across some echo of their existence and were granted the memory of what you knew of them in life, and with it the pain of losing them all over again. Perhaps the harshest point of the undead journey is going from a lost, wandering, mindless skeleton with no real investment into the world into the shell of a person who remembers what they once were and what they lost. And having to relive that death all over again, one memory at a time as it floods back to you. And you sit and you counterpray and you counterpray, and you see some of them not even really sure what you're doing, not recognizing these names, try to mumble prayers of their own under their gags.
He's like, you caused this. You made the undead plague real. You killed my family. You turned me undead. You started. It's like a repetitive, like pointing blame at the god. It's like you caused this because she did. This was all because of her and her follower. To him.
As you're listing all of these names, you're alert, you're paying attention, you hear the door open behind you, and you see Johari kind of steps in, and she lists one more name, Acerus Aldermorn. He lived on after the attack, but the father that you knew died that day. They took him from you too.
It gives him pause for a moment, and with a kind of tremulous breath, he adds it after his mother's name. Desdemona Aldermorn. Acerus Aldermorn.
Ethan, don't let them take yours as well. Your name is yours. It is okay to feel this hate. Some people deserve it. But keep yourself.
Oh. You're older than me. You've done this longer. How do you keep yourself?
You have to remember not only yesterday and the present and the tomorrow that you're striving for, but the aftermorrow as well. Envision the life that you want to have when this is all said and done, and where your place is in that, and how you might regrow.
The only thing I can think of doing is keeping them from taking anyone else. They almost took Branch. Almost took Branch.
It's a noble duty, and you did well to stop it. It will be just as noble a duty to come out on the other side of this, with your name, with who you are, in one piece.
Why do people break like they do? Why would they burn down a ship full of innocent people?
I don't know. Perhaps they thought they could put it out. Or perhaps they figured that if they were going to lose, that they would take you with them. They see death as a doorway. They see splendor in a glorious death. For them, this world is but a fleeting breath that determines where they spend their eternity. And that makes them dangerous.
And they're not so different from Acerbus.
True. At least we have to live with the consequences of our actions. Or die with them. But, and she looks down at her hands and ignores.
I think I can keep myself if I just keep them from calling their god tonight and tomorrow.
Gina. I will feed Prickle Biscuit. He's being very annoying.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I love that cat, but holy shit, cats are a big handful. If I had flesh, I would bleed.
I have always hated this cat. The only time that I've ever been disappointed in you in your entire life and beyond is that you have kept this cat in my life after you defeated him.
I am so sorry.
It's okay.
I really wanted a cat.
We all make sacrifices.
I was entering my cat phase.
Perhaps there is something in some sort of poetic justice happening here that I have just not seen yet.
I'll get a dog. I'll get a dog next. Father said I could never have a dog because it's too much.
They're a lot of work. Even the worst Prickle Biscuit is a quarter of the work of a dog. She pats you on the shoulder and closes the door behind herself and leaves you to your continued counter prayers. We're going to go ahead and wrap up there. I know there's still a lot that we want to do. We'll finish things up and get you guys to the lighthouse next session. It is worth mentioning that the next few hours of the day of the attack are kind of frantic. Stress is high, tension is high. Everybody's kind of doing their thing to get things rolling again. And it isn't until dinner time, the bell rings, people come in shifts to eat, when I believe it would be Ruka that probably catches on to this first, but everybody kind of realizes it all at once. That once all the dinner shifts have ended, Drajak and the Squire never showed up for dinner. They have not left their room since the attack. And we will pick up next week. Not next week,
cool.
a couple weeks.
Yeah. Hey, Kaz.
Yeah.
Can you make something that turns oxygen in the room into carbon monoxide?
What the heck?
I wanted to ask something similar of Kaz, by the way.
Yeah, but we are truly brothers. We are of a like mind.
Sounds very dangerous.
Just, it was just a counter in case the Jazak fellow started being angry. He's a very dangerous man. So, if he just slept forever, it would be a little nice.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates, they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. people we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors dried under the sun. Our children they spread to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brother's blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants they burned us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where